Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus, gambleware.org.
And go all the way.
What a moment this could be.
Wednesday night from 7.
Here, unbeatable pre-match punditry ahead of uninterrupted full-match commentary of West Ham's showdown with Fiorentina in the Europa Conference League final, live from Prague.
Oh, he's won it, surely!
Followed by our full-on post-match phone-in on the Sports Bar from 10.
It's a glorious finish!
The Europa Conference League final, West Ham versus Fiorentina.
Wednesday night from 7. Live on Talk Sport. The FA Cup final. Winner takes it all. Live from Wembley on Talk Sport.
15 to kick off live at Wembley on Talk Sport. They're just getting the preliminaries out the way, the formalities. Big flags being unfolded at either end of the pitch. The blue end, the Manchester City end. A huge banner for Manchester City, and similar, a red one, massive red one, away to the left for Manchester United. It's quite the sight, quite the occasion here. The first ever Manchester Derby FA Cup final. A couple of other bits to clear up before we get right into the meat of it. 15 minutes to kick off. Cardiff have appointed the former Fenerbahce manager Erol Bulut as their new manager. Sabri Lamouchi saved them, and then they decided to move on, so that's their new manager sorted. Let's check out the latest in the cricket. John Norman.
Yep, from the home of football to the home of cricket, and I suppose a derby of sorts here as well. England taking on Ireland. It was one-sided fair for the first 2 days, but not so on day 3, where the Irish are ticking a 100-run partnership for the 7th wicket. Nobody saw that coming, and incredibly, England might have to bat again. They whittled away the deficit to just 47, thanks to 81 not out. That's a test best for the bowler, Mark Adair, and Andy McBride has chipped in with a half-century of his own. The crowd here loving it, and long may it continue. Ireland at 305 for 6.
Thanks very much. Abide With Me plays. We'll have the national anthem before kick-off. It's Abide With Me right now with the band out on the pitch. Let's get closer to the pitch, shall we? Get a flavour of what it's like in front of the Manchester United fans away to our left. TalkSport's Alex Crook.
Oh, Adrian, what an absolute privilege to be here. A real pinch-yourself moment. Fantastic atmosphere building. It's often debated, isn't it, the allocation that the fans of each club are given for an FA Cup final. I tell you what, there aren't many neutrals in here today. Wherever you look, it's either blue or it's red. The Manchester United fans behind me, all of them wearing their free bucket hats and waving their free flags that the club have given them. They are in the mood for a party. So too the City fans away to my left. There's a giant banner either side of the scoreboard that reads, "We're the boys in blue, coming after you." This feels a really special occasion this afternoon in the sunshine.
Well, it sounds it as well. Abide With Me being sung by the Young Guns Gospel Choir. Always a huge moment, and you just know the FA Cup kickoff is around the corner. Just over 10 minutes to go. Very lively at both ends. I've got to say, the flags laid out for the City fans, flags and Manchester United bucket hats. Much needed in the sunshine for half of these United fans, laid out for them before they all started pouring in to Wembley Stadium as the pyro flies high into the Wembley air from pitch side here on Talk Sport. The cover of the programme, it's a two-ended programme. City on the front, if we flip it over, Man United on the front. It's a picture of Pep Guardiola. City seize the time, and a picture of Erik ten Hag. United, this is the one, the Stone Roses anthem that they always play ahead of kick-off at Old Trafford, and they will be playing it here as well today. City, blue and white flags, choreographed superbly, looks absolutely magnificent away to our right, and the red, black and white Manchester United flags flying as well. Andy Townsend, what a sight this is.
Oh, what a sight, beautiful. Look, we've just had Abide With Me at 2:45 in a cup final day. How good is that? And now we're seeing just a blaze of colour in front of us. The sun is belting down, it really is. It is beaming down in the middle of that pitch, and it's going to be warm and hot out there, but wow, we're all set for a proper game, aren't we?
You know what, and what I love about here today, where it is one half, it's like the playoff finals last weekend. One half is Man City, the other half is Man United. And Mickey Gray, that's not always been the case in cup finals. This is how it should be. When City and United are playing a Manchester derby at Wembley in their FA Cup final, this is how it should be.
It's just incredible. Is there anybody who does it like us, Adrian? in England in an FA Cup final. I mean, the scenes from where we're sat watching this game now, and it hasn't even started, is just absolutely sensational.
Round the centre circle, a huge brass band circling the Emirates FA Cup banner, which is covering that centre circle. Out comes a City flag away to our right as we await all the dignitaries coming out. Seats are being taken after refreshments and hospitality have been had, and we all look forward to what will be a magnificent final, and there have been some magnificent finals down the years as well. The big Man City Club Crest banner is about to be unfurled away to our right. They're bringing out the Manchester United one away to our left as well, and that will mark the moment a step closer to when the teams will come out here at Wembley. They will be introduced to all the dignitaries. The Prince of Wales is here today, and almost in the same breath I can tell you that Liam Gallagher's here today as well. Self-proclaimed royalty. Listen, if you can't enjoy this, there's something wrong with you. So we get Blue Moon, the Manchester City anthem, which I think any second now will speed up if they're about to follow what they do at the Etihad Stadium. Soldier. And when they get this going, the light show on a Champions League night, Mickey, at the Etihad, sensational.
It's something else, isn't it? We're all going to have our cameras out, don't we? We video it every single time, just because we know there's going to be something different. But I mean, just to the right-hand side of where we're sat, it's just absolutely fantastic. The United fans are going to get their opportunity as well.
Yeah, they will. I think they'll do This Is the One very shortly. But Sir Alex Ferguson is here. He's just been pictured with Mike Summerbee and Manchester City legend, both of them holding the FA Cup. City and United, to be fair, both clubs really do look after their ex-players, their legends, their former managers as well. The two teams are currently in the tunnel, and the Stone Roses anthem, This Is the One, being played. Hence the Manchester United fans are waving flags, and they've gone into raptures, and the Manchester United crest of brown flag away to our left is rippling away in the sunshine. But when they play this at Old Trafford as well, it does sound absolutely sensational. They've brought that noise and that atmosphere here to Wembley Stadium this afternoon. There's a huge banner's gone up away to our left. The greatest football team you've ever seen, that's for Manchester United, and a massive banner covering Manchester City fans in that lower tier away to our right, simply saying champions of England for the 5th time in 6 years. And Mike Summerbee and Sir Alex Ferguson bring the FA Cup out, place it onto the plinth. Two absolute legends. Mike Summerbee in the 70s, and of course his son Nicky went on to play for Manchester City as well. But senior Summerbee, Mickey, you know him well. What a player he was.
Oh, incredible. I get the stories when I go around his house to sit with him and Tina. I could sit there for hours. Obviously spend a lot of time with Nick, who's a very close friend of mine. And it's just a wonderful, it's a joy. And he's been through the good times, the bad times, and now the good times. He's able to sit back, watch it and enjoy it, which is fantastic for him and his family.
Yeah, good to see Sir Alex Ferguson as well, always around Manchester United, bringing that FA Cup out. Of course, Fergie, a winner of that coveted trophy. We spoke a lot about Ortega. A quick one, Andy Townsend, on David De Gea. All we said was he's really big, but he's had the most clean sheets in the Premier League this season. Could be crucial today.
Yeah, he will be. He'll have to play well, no doubt about that. He's going to have to be at his very best. He has those clumsy moments, David De Gea, doesn't he? But no doubt when he's on his game, he can make those match-winning stops. He can be the difference in a very tight game. Today he's going to have to be at his supreme best.
Well, Bruno Fernandes is at the front of the queue of the Manchester United players. He's been in really great form in terms of stats this season. All comps for Bruno: 16 goals, 17 assists, and that is high-quality numbers that he's posting this season for Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes, the captain. İlkay Gundogan will be his penultimate game for Manchester City as he leads the way for them, the captain today. Pep Guardiola and Erik ten Hag have a little handshake and a hug, know each other well from Bayern, of course, and out come the two teams and off go the pyro. And the fans go crazy yet again as we have just over 5 minutes to kick off here at Wembley Stadium, live on Talk Sports. City players track-suited up. Manchester United coming out in their kits. Yellow jersey for David De Gea. I think we'll take it in orange today underneath that tracksuit top. And out they come. What a noise at Wembley. Flags flying, fans excited, and United stop City. Can City continue their pursuit of an incredible treble? Marcus Rashford's coming out towards the back of the line. Erling Haaland, that long blonde hair tied back. Serious face on, game face on for Erling Haaland. As the players all line up and get prepared to meet the official party, which will include the Prince of Wales, who shakes hands with Ilkay Gundogan and is introduced to all the players. It always used to strike me as a kid. I wonder which of the players the member of the royal family will stop and have a chat with. He's not actually stopping for any great length of time with any. I thought he'd stop at Haaland, but quick handshake, off you go. Bit of a chat with Pep Guardiola. That's what the Prince of Wales was waiting for. That's the one he wanted. And to the match officials as well today. And what I will say about midweek and the fallout from the officials, I personally thought Anthony Taylor had a great game. So let's see how the officials get on today. A big word for Eric Ten Hag from the Prince of Wales. And Bruno Fernandes gets the handshake as well as he goes along the Manchester United lineup. Big smile from Luke Shaw, who's looking very relaxed today. The big sunshine shining on the head of Christian Eriksen, and special word for Marcus Rashford from His Royal Highness right at the very end of the line. Of course, he's the President of the Football Association as well, a big Aston Villa fan. The Prince of Wales. He likes you, Andy Townsend. Former Villa captain. And here we go. The national anthem to be sung by the British-Iranian soprano Jasmine Faulkner. And it's all about one city, from Stockport to Sale, Rochdale to Ramsbottom, on the Metrolink from Piccadilly to Deansgate, taking in the National Football Museum. A little refreshment maybe at Albert Schloss, then through to the Trafford Centre with nostalgic nods to Affleck's Palace, the Hacienda and Salford Lads Club. Manchester is magic, but the history of these two clubs makes this FA Cup final the best ever. It's City against United, it's blue against red, the noisy neighbours against the fallen giants, and it's live on TalkSport with your commentary team of former England international Mickey Gray, former Ireland captain Andy Townsend, and first up, Jim Proudfoot.
Thank you, Adrian. Good afternoon to you for a match with few parallels, where the hype and hyperbole is justified, while some others have slipped by the wayside in the public consciousness. The 2023 FA Cup final is a game that will be talked about for years to come. A fitting occasion as Wembley celebrates 100 years of cup finals. The biggest ever? Well, you can make a case for it. But it was back in 1891 that these two sides first met as Newton Heath and Ardwick, two leading Mancunian lights in the fledgling footballing scene. Now more than 130 years on, they meet in a cup final for the very first time. But the 190th episode of this crosstown rivalry isn't merely the highest profile instalment in the biannual clamour for parochial pride. It far transcends that and even the silverware at stake. Because this is the day that one story will be enhanced at the direct expense of another, when one double will be done and another denied, when City can supplement their league title and move within 90 minutes of the treble, when United can deny them that opportunity and keep a special place in English footballing history uniquely theirs. For the Reds, this is about prevention as much as triumph. An FA Cup final for the ages. This is how they line up for Pep Guardiola's City. It's Ortega in goal, Walker, Diaz, Akanji, Stones and Rodri, Bernardo Silva, De Bruyne, Gundogan and Grealish, and Haaland. De Gea's in goal for Eric Ten Hag's United, Wan-Bissaka, Varane, Lindelof and Shaw, Casemiro and Fred, Fernandes, Eriksson and Sancho, and Rashford. On the City bench, it's Ederson, Philippe Sake, Laporte and Alvarez, Mahrez, Foden, Palmer and Lewis. The United subs are Butland, Maguire, Malacia, Dallow and Weghorst, Pellistri, Elanga, McTominay and Garnacho. The referee, Paul Tierney, who took charge of City's League Cup final success over Tottenham in 2021. Only ever been 6 players sent off in an FA Cup final, but 3 of them have played for one of these 2 Manchester clubs. One of the other 3 was sent off against Manchester United red shirts, black shorts will be kicking from left to right. Manchester City in their light blue shorts, light blue shirts, I beg your pardon, and white shorts, defending the end away to our right-hand side that houses the Manchester City fans. And it is a typical Cup final day, as we all remember them. Saturday, 3 o'clock in bright sunshine. Well, they say no instalment of a local rivalry is more important than the next one. Today, it's true. History to be made, history to be protected. The Manchester derby, the FA Cup final, the game of days, and an extraordinary start. Oh my word! Manchester City are ahead, and it has taken them only 12 seconds. It's an extraordinary start. İlkay Gundogan pinging one in from the edge of the penalty area. Manchester City 1, Manchester United 0. The quickest goal in FA Cup final history, scored by İlkay Gundogan, and City lead in the blink of an eye.
Astonishing. What a start to the game. Most fans in the stadium haven't even sat down before they're back up on their feet, and they are just admiring and they are celebrating an absolutely stunning volley. It's a brilliant hit from İlkay Gundogan. The ball's bobbled around, it eventually drops to him. He's about 2-3 yards outside the box, and he just nails it. He absolutely flushes this volley. David De Gea, one of the most agile goalkeepers, doesn't even move. What a start.
It is, for an extraordinary game with so much riding on it, a quite literally unbelievable start to the match. Mickey Graham.
Well, I don't think anybody was expecting that, but that is just absolutely incredible. Talk about calming your nerves quickly. Well, it was an incredible strike. And Andy touched on it. People are still trying to sit down, but that was just absolutely incredible. What a way to start an FA Cup final.
Do you know, you spend hours, Mick, don't you? You spend hours in big matches talking about your start, talking about how you get going on the biggest of stages and occasions. Well, United, all of those preparations have just been rocked inside 12 seconds.
Haaland claiming that he was fouled in the midfield as Manchester United bring it forward. The quickest goal in an FA Cup final prior to that, scored by Louis Saha after 25 seconds for Everton, but they lost that day. So a moment for Manchester United. But that is the quickest goal that many of us will ever have seen. Here's Haaland, laid back for Jack Grealish. Grealish a couple of yards in from the left-hand touchline. Back for İlkay Gundogan. He finds Akanji. And then Akanji 10 yards inside his own half, plays it back for Ruben Diaz. Now to Kyle Walker on the Manchester City right. Kevin De Bruyne with a lovely turn, getting the better of Fred, who in these early stages has detailed him as best he can. And De Bruyne found a way past him there, was then blocked off by Luke Shaw. And a free kick goes Manchester City's way, 10 yards outside the United penalty area, and over by the right-hand touchline. It's 1-0 to Manchester City. Gundogan's goal on 12 seconds, the difference between the two teams.
Oh, just the most explosive start to the first ever Manchester FA Cup final. Just incredible, really is. What I would say from United's point of view, they've not even had time to be disappointed to start badly. You can dust yourself down when you concede a goal in such fashion. You really can. You just move forward, get on with the game.
City with the free kick. Oh, it's into the side netting. As it was swung in from the right-hand side, it was Ruben Diaz that came forward to meet it. Powering ahead. In fact, it was Rodri, I think, that got the last touch. And De Gea was just stood and watching. And it could have been 2-0 to City in 3.5 minutes.
Could have been. And if it's the other side of the post, the goalkeeper's not getting it. Wide free kick, whipped in with great pace and accuracy, as you can imagine, from De Bruyne. And it's Rodri who gets in front of the whole pack of players on the corner of the 6-yard box. And that header is only fractionally wide. What can't happen, what mustn't happen for Manchester United is they concede again. Because I think to go 2 down to this particular City team, the way that they are, the way that they handle the ball on this hot day, it's going to be mountains to climb for United if they concede again.
Haaland playing the ball forward through the midfield out towards John Stones, and now Kyle Walker has it. Back to the heart of the Manchester City defence where Ruben Diaz is in possession. He stops the ball on the halfway line, just trying to invite Christian Eriksen to making a challenge. Play forward towards Gundogan, who can turn neatly in the midfield and just leaves Casemiro sprawling for a moment. And City's goal scorer plays it out towards De Bruyne. Back from him to Walker and out to Kevin De Bruyne again. Great movement off the ball comes from John Stones, who will check back on the right-hand side of the penalty area. Lays it out towards De Bruyne, whose cross is headed away by Victor Lindelof. Out towards the City right-hand side where Walker's little header is brought down in the midfield. Manchester United have hardly had a kick so far. The opening 5 minutes of the game has been utterly dominated by Manchester City, thriving on that extraordinary start given to them by Ilkay Gundogan just 12 seconds in. Now Diaz will play for Gundogan, popping it around the corner, but didn't get the direction right. Bruno Fernandes then gives it away. Grealish will be able to bring it forward here, edge of the penalty area, and he scuffed one wide of the near post. De Gea going the wrong way for a moment, but he would have recovered in time had it been on target. It's 1-0 to Manchester City.
Yeah, Jack Grealish there, stepping inside on the right foot, getting towards the edge of the 18-yard box, has the shot. It was weak and it was off target. What United have got to have now is a little spell of possession. They've got to get Casemiro, Bruno Fernandes, Eriksen. They've got to get those guys on the ball to start dictating a little more what's going on. Otherwise, again, this rampant City team will just keep coming at you, keep asking questions, and they dare not let them score again.
A long clearance comes from David De Gea. It's going to be chased after by Jadon Sancho, but will go out of play for a throw. Well, a sickener for Manchester United, a sickener for their supporters as well. Alex Crook is pitch side near that goal where Ilkay Gundogan blazed one in. He's right in front of the Manchester United fans. Alex?
Well, I don't know who are more shocked, Jim, those Manchester United fans behind me who were standing to silence for a good 2 minutes after that extraordinary start from City, or the players themselves, barring Casemiro, who was just saying to his teammates straight after the ball went in, we've got plenty of time here. This is a very quiet Manchester United side. Some of the players look absolutely shell-shocked.
Well, on Monday, it was won by a single goal, the League One playoff final, which came in the 123rd minute. There's no time then for Barnsley to get one back against Sheffield Wednesday. If you're going to concede a goal, if you concede it as early as they did, then at least you do have the vast majority of the game ahead of you. It has officially been timed. That goal has 13 seconds. And Manchester City, with Gundogan's 10th of the season, leading by a goal to nil. They're in possession over on the right-hand side. With Talk Sport, 142nd FA Cup final. City leading it. It's first ever Manchester derby, not the first greater Manchester derby for an FA Cup final, but the first between City and United. As the ball is over on the City right-hand side with Bernardo Silva. Haaland is in there and does well. A little fight ball that is nodded down for Bernardo. Fred's able to bring it away, though, for Manchester United and slips it forward towards Rashford. Good layoff from him. Worked by Bruno Fernandes out to the former City man, Jadon Sancho. It's back for Bruno Fernandes again. Layoff from Eriksen to Bruno once more around the edge of the penalty area. Now Casemiro sets the sights. It was going well wide. Stones kicks it away before it even gets to the edge of the box. So United able to turn over possession and win the second ball again. Bruno Fernandes working down for Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Wan-Bissaka into the feet of Fred on the edge of the penalty area. Fred to Casemiro, clipped in hopefully by him. Bruno Fernandes heading it. It hit the hand of Kyle Walker, but he was pushed in the back in the process as well by Bruno Fernandes, and he wasn't looking at the ball because Fernandes had headed it back towards the edge of the area. and it hit the back of Walker's hand. Penalty couldn't have been given, but the push has been.
Just look at Eric Ten Hag down below us with the fourth official, just contesting that one, shrugging his shoulders, wanted to know why. No, definite push in the back on Kyle Walker. That threw his arms up into the air. Ball hits his hand, absolutely not a penalty.
There's only been one occasion all season where Manchester City have scored the first goal and ended up losing. It was against Manchester United at Old Trafford, where United scored 2 in the last 12 minutes of that last meeting back in January. There's Akanji bringing the ball forward now for City. Down this near touchline, which is the Manchester City left. City 1, Manchester United 0 here on TalkSport. Walker in possession. He's 20 yards outside his own penalty area. Played forward into the feet of John Stones. Came at the bench in the City's last FA Cup final success. Starting today, Rodri now towards the City right for Bernardo Silva. Silva cutting in from that right flank. Left-footed ball works across the edge of the area, but Wan-Bissaka's there to clear. Grealish waiting in space on the City left, but Akanji's worked it back towards a more central area instead for Ruben Diaz. He clips a long ball forward out of that Manchester City right. And he couldn't quite control it, and it runs out of play for a goal kick. City 1, Manchester United 0.
Well, again, what an incredible start to the game. I think what's crucial today, Mickey and I were speaking about this before the game, is that gap between United's back four and their midfield players. That gap must be narrow, that must be condensed, and it mustn't be wide open. Otherwise, City will start knocking the ball into that area where De Bruyne, Bernardo Silva, Gundogan, they'll get into it, as Gundogan did for his strike, for an incredible goal. Mickey?
I'm just shocked at Manchester United's system, Andy, with the way that City play. They're playing a 4-2-2-2. They can't get out. Their heads are in the floodlights. They don't really know what they're doing at the moment. They need a moment in the game, which they've not had in the first 11 minutes of this football match. And it's too easy for City just to control this game. Man United looks so nervous on the ball.
I was always worried, Jim, for United a little bit about when they don't have the ball, when they go out of possession, how much Jadon Sancho, how much Bruno Fernandes want to track. Perhaps Akanji, who will fly forward. Kyle Walker will do it occasionally. And that's the difference. City are ruthless. They do get to the edge of the box and they can really, really hurt you. So United now are in that very awkward area in a game. You've just conceded. You want to try and get back into it, but you dare not concede again.
Those are thoughts of Andy Townsend, the former Ireland captain, Mickey Gray, the former England international. You listen to Manchester City against Manchester United in the FA Cup final. Is live on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly. And Akanji is downhurt, holding his face. He's lying on the turf a couple of yards inside his own half.
Yeah, he's in a lot of distress there, Manuel Akanji. And just looking at a replay on our monitors here of that challenge, it was Casemiro stepped across, and I tell you, it's not a good tackle, that's a poor challenge, it's got to be said. He comes stepping across, his boot is raised, it's off the floor, it rakes down Manuel Akanji's shin. And of course, when your foot is planted on the floor, that's when your leg can buckle a little bit, that's when your ankle can get rolled, that's when your leg can get broken. And he's in a fair bit of discomfort as we speak, Manuel Akanji, just back up on his feet, but just walking gingerly back to his position.
Casemiro, a man that scored in the League Cup final, which was only the second domestic cup that he's ever won. He won the Copa del Rey back in 2014, hoping to win the FA Cup. And all the success that he's had in continental football, domestic silverware in terms of cup competitions has been hard for him to get. And they've got their work cut out again today, but a long way to go as Rafa Varane plays the ball forward. Wan-Bissaka will chase down the United right-hand side. Akanji's okay after receiving that treatment. He's done very well there to shepherd the ball out of play under pressure from Wan-Bissaka. Over the last 5 or 6 yards, just keeping his body between Wan-Bissaka and the ball and letting the ball do the work, going over the line and out of play for a goal kick that'll be taken away to our right-hand side by Manchester City and by Ruben Diaz rather than by Ortega. Diaz just spotting the ball down and playing it out of the penalty area towards Akanji. City coming into this on the back of 2 games without a win when the Manchester City side had been much rotated, but they won 18 of the 20 prior to that. United, for their part, 4 wins in a row. A form that saw them cement third place in the Premier League, and despite the fact that they got that top 3 finish and have got one cup and a place in another final, is very much a transitional season for them. Clearance comes from De Gea. It was a low skidder. Fernandes couldn't control it. It does great for Eriksen. Eriksen tried to divert it through the midfield, couldn't squeeze it past Bernardo Silva.
He keeps flicking it, Bruno Fernandes, get hold of the ball. Every time the ball comes into him, he's trying to flick it round the corner. Start getting hold of the thing. Start dragging those blue shirts towards you when you've got it under good control, and then you can perhaps skip round them with a little 1-2.
Now United can work it forward, long, through the middle. Rashford down to the right-hand side here for Jadon Sancho. Sancho with tricky feet on the edge of the area. Rashford couldn't find a way through. Kanji's going to be able to clear. Flicked on by Casemiro. Sancho tried to help it on inside the penalty area. City defending more handily will get it away. They almost gave it straight back to United, but Grealish has done well. And then Gundogan saw a Bruno Fernandes challenge coming. He jumped out of the way of it. And Bruno got the last touch and put it out of play for a throw that will be taken on the Manchester City left-hand side. 14 minutes gone.
It's better. It's United squeezing, pressing, which they're going to have to do. Got to make sure they get it right when they switch that press on United, that they're all there, that they are really going after it collectively, and then making sure that when they drop away, when they decide to let City have it, they do, and that they're all absolutely aware of where they should be. That's crucial for them now, United. The fundamentals, the basics, they have to get them right. If they're not, City will find a way. They'll expose a weakness.
Rodri plays it out towards Kyle Walker on the Manchester City right-hand side. The far 15 yards or so coming in from the far touchline are in shadow, and nearly all of the rest of the pitch is bathed in sunshine. The City penalty area, the one exception to that, but hot, strength sapping conditions on what is a bigger pitch than normal. Stones has it in the midfield. What a season he has had in this new hybrid role. Played for by Diaz. Haaland taking it on the turn, fouled by Fred. And it's a free kick that will be taken by City inside the Manchester United half of the centre circle. Mickey Grant.
Well, City is so comfortable, Jim, because they're being able to play at their pace. Obviously getting off to the perfect start, but these wide positions are a concern for me, and Jack Grealish has not really grown into the game as of yet, but there's so much space because United are trying to get out with their fullbacks. Very difficult for them to get over the halfway line, and when they do, if they keep giving the ball away like they have done, that is where City are going to capitalise and punish them with Silva on the right-hand side and Grealish over on this left.
Haaland drops short, wants the ball into feet and gets it and pops it off straight away. Now Gundogan's got it facing up. Haaland's on the slide. He just couldn't divert it either side of De Gea. It was a very well-worked move. Just continued his run, and Gundogan, having received the ball, curved one in with the instep of the right boot. Haaland goal side of the United defence, but he was on the stretch, and he just couldn't get decent contact on it.
I mean, for him, it goes down as a chance. He's just stretching for it, but it's a fabulous ball from Gundogan, who's lovely 30-yard pass threaded through the eye of the needle.
A very well-timed run as well. United working forward at the other end, and Sancho can't get on the end of a long ball from Bruno Fernandes. It goes back for Ortega, who wants one touch too many, but has just been able to dig it out from inside his 6-yard box. And City will bring it away with a Kanji. De Bruyne for Gundogan. Grealish in space on the left. De Bruyne's touch a little bit heavy, which is a collector's item, and then a free kick is given after a foul by him on Wan-Bissaka. Which will be taken about 5 yards inside the Manchester United half. Andy, what is the message here from Erik ten Hag? Is United trying to just get a foothold in this game?
Yeah, again, you have to accept disappointment. You've got to shrug that off. And it happens as early as it did, in the nature that it did. I think that's a little easier to accept as opposed to conceding in the 10th minute and you haven't really had a kick and you're not really getting up to speed. It's just in the blink of an eye, you're one down. So you just have to reset. You have to stick to what you've done all week in preparing for a game like this. You've just got to keep believing in that message and hope that gradually you'll start to find a way into the game. The flip side of that for City, they're one up without even really doing anything in the game, just serving one ball forward and it's in the back of the net. Obviously, when you play Man City and you go behind, because of the nature of their possession-based football, it can wear you down. They can start to eventually just disrupt their opponents and play through them and pick them off at will. We'll see if that happens, but for the time being, United have just got to keep sticking to their game plan, believe in what they've spoke about and hope that they wait for a moment.
Luke Shaw over on the far touchline stops Kevin De Bruyne getting a run towards the ball. It goes out of play for a United throw, which is taken short for Lindelof. Now Casemiro helping it forward, and City able to win it back. Haaland emerging through the centre circle, that long ranging stride, taking him away from Bruno Fernandes, who then turned and went back towards Akanji. And he trots a little bit languidly to take his place between the two Manchester United centre halves as City work it in a much deeper area, back around the edge of their own penalty area with Ortega, who has started every tie in this FA Cup run this season. Ederson came off the bench when Ortega got injured at Bristol City. But Manchester City, I'm sure you'll be aware, haven't conceded a single goal in this FA Cup run yet this season. The last player to score against them in the FA Cup was Sadio Mane for Liverpool in the semis last season. And they've now got 18 without reply in this cup run, including the one today, which gives them a lead, scored by Ilkay Gundogan 13 seconds in. We've now played 19 minutes and still City 1, United 0.
Yeah, and just watching the goalkeeper Ortega there, whenever the ball goes back to him, no panic, he doesn't get flustered at all. And just clipping a ball when the United press starts to happen, clipping a ball forward perfectly into Erling Haaland, who's fouled on the halfway line, and City again had the ball. So that's why Pep is happy for him to play the amount of games that he has done, is because when that ball's at his feet, he doesn't panic, he can play, and I think others around him trust him. The minute you've got a goalkeeper in there with the ball at his feet who's a little unsure, then it will disrupt everything to what City really do and believe in. But Ortega looks more than capable with the ball at his feet, he really does.
David De Gea's got the ball at his feet now, just everything's slowing right down again. Anyway, Gundogan pays lip service at applying a press as it worked forward. The City then win the seconds inside their own half. Turn forward towards Haaland. It's a great turn. Haaland gets a shot in. It's a rising drive that doesn't clear the bar by much. Sighted goal, his second of the game. He can't hit the target. It stays 1-0.
Yeah, he receives the ball there, Erling Haaland, 35 yards out with his back to goal, and then just turns out. Red shirts are close to him. They're desperately trying to get a tackle in. They couldn't. He hits it from way outside the box, probably 23, 24 yards out by the time he actually lets fly with this one. And it goes harmlessly over the top, but just a little message there from Erling Haaland that given any sort of opportunity, he's going to try and work De Gea.
And now United will play out from the back. Ball into the feet of Varane. Varane to Fred, and back for De Gea, out from De Gea to Victor Lindelof, who is done so well over the last few weeks, playing in this position on the left of the two centre halves. Shaw turns it forward, walking really strongly on Bruno Fernandes. But the loose ball will emerge back into the United penalty area, just in front of where TalkSport's football correspondent Alex Crook is sitting in the sunshine. Crookie, you mentioned after the goal went in, the United fans behind you shell-shocked. Have they got their heads around it yet?
I wouldn't say they fully have, Jim, to be honest. I think they're waiting for that moment that Mickey talked about, where their team give them something to get excited about. You can see why they want Mason Mount so much. This midfield combination for me is all wrong. There's no legs and there's no real determination either in there at the moment.
Now Wan-Bissaka looking for Jadon Sancho here. It goes back for Ortega. Ortega with 2-3 touches. Then he had time for a 4.
Brilliant.
Just chipped it out towards Kevin De Bruyne. What a pass it was. And he set up a counter-attack, 3 against 3. Haaland sprints to the right of De Bruyne, making a run into the middle. He made that run so early that De Bruyne knew he was offside. Then he ran down a blind alley. United will bring it away and then promptly give it away with Wan-Bissaka's hopeful ball down the inside right channel. Rashford chasing after it, and it goes out of play for what has been given as a goal kick. I think a few of the United players and fans thought that might have been a corner, but goal kick given and City take it quickly.
I did too. I thought it come off Ruben Diaz last off. Marcus Rashford there, shoulder to shoulder with Diaz over 30 yards. Looked like he's got the better of him pace-wise. Haven't seen enough of Rashford yet. United now got to find ways to get him involved a little bit more. The ball from Aaron Wan-Bissaka to him down the line wasn't a good one. He chased after it gamely, and I think it was a little unlucky that a corner wasn't given.
It was Rashford that scored the winner in the last Manchester derby, which was the 17th that he has played in his career. United have it at the back again with Varane. Now to Eriksen's dropped that little bit deeper and turns it forward towards Bruno Fernandes. Out to Aaron Wan-Bissaka again. Wan-Bissaka yarning from the right-hand touchline. Stops the ball, turns it square across the face of Akanji to feed Casemiro. Sancho, Eriksen. This is better from United, who will play it out towards Luke Shaw. 10 yards outside the penalty area. Shaw for Fred. Fred near the corner of the box. Sancho has it. Faced up by Rodri. Laid it back for Bruno Fernandes. Ericsson clipping it, right-footed. Shero with the ball in. Little flick header goes wide from Rashford. Running a line, probably had it covered.
Yeah, that wasn't the best ball in from Casemiro. Whipped first time from about side box to Rashford, who was up the penalty spot. Not an easy one to hit. Honest to try and get enough power on that one.
But a significant moment here for Manchester United. Alex Crook, David De Gea down.
Very alarming. He went down. The ball was nowhere near him. It was just at the end of that last Manchester United attack. He slumped to the ground, immediately signalled to the assistant referee on that far left-hand side that he was in some distress. He's being treated. This will be a major blow if David De Gea cannot continue this FA Cup final.
Well, Jack Butland is the substitute goalkeeper. Hasn't played for Manchester United yet since he signed on loan from Palace. He did play in the semi-finals last season for the Eagles, but he hasn't played at all since May last year. So just over 12 months since his last appearance. He's out there warming up. What do you reckon, Mickey Gray, as you have a look at the treatment that David De Gea is receiving here?
Well, I'm interested in this, Jim, because if you think 30 seconds prior to that, he didn't take the goal kick. Victor Lindelof went across and took the goal kick, and David didn't want to play that long ball. It's not worked for him. He's not found any of his United teammates. But this in front of us right now, with Erik ten Hag speaking to the rest of the team, is probably the most important 2 or 3 minutes he's going to get with his team, because they've not started the game well. They've not been able to get out. So I just wonder whether the manager changes something to try and capitalise on what City are doing to United.
Okay, if you were the manager, what would you do? How do you change it?
I think they're playing too narrow. I think it looks to me it's a 4-2-2-2, and you can see what City are trying to do. They play that ball into midfield, and the next one's a reverse pass around the corner to one of the fullbacks, and then City are out. Kevin De Bruyne, Gundogan are getting on the ball too easy, and Erling Haaland's coming short and spinning in behind. We know he's got the pace to do it. They should have worked on this Man United. They've beaten them before at Old Trafford. Why he's had to change it up, Erik ten Hag, really baffles me.
What they're doing is they're sitting Casemiro on Gundogan, they're sitting Fred on De Bruyne. Those two number 10s that City operate so cleverly. So the two United players are having to be quite disciplined. And then what they're doing, they're dragging the rest of those United forward players onto them. They're doing it right now as we speak, very successfully at the back, going back to Ortega, and now Akanji's out, and Bruno Fernandes is scampering back to try and recover, and he can't.
And but for a poor ball from Akanji, City might have been in again there. De Gea is continuing for now. Butland, having had a bit of a warm-up, will come back and sit down for Manchester United, and De Gea is going to give it a few minutes and see whether he's going to be in a position that he can continue.
Did you see him do that, Jim? Whatever it is, De Gea did.
No.
He must have, because he's clipped a couple of balls forward. Again, we know David De Gea isn't the most accomplished with the ball at his feet. Whether he's just sort of slapped one a little bit and serving it forward, and he's felt a little tweak at the base of his hamstring. But if he has, then that's big problems for United. That really is, because as you said, Jack Butland, since he's gone to United, hasn't had a taste of it at all.
Well, De Gea in his 28th at Manchester derby today. Here's Ilkay Gundogan, back for Jack Grealish on the Manchester City left. Now towards Akanji. Gundogan, the man that scored the goal, of course, could be leaving Manchester City in the summer, and he's going to be leaving them in such sensational form. Scored a goal here at Wembley 10 years ago in the Champions League final, and he scored the quickest ever FA Cup final goal today. Kevin De Bruyne back out towards Bernardo Silva. Silva back for De Bruyne again. This is a central position. He's gone for goal, and De Gea diving to his left-hand side, probably just had it covered. It whistled past him away.
Yep, good play from City. Bernardo Silva hugging the touchline on the far side. The ball played out to him. He then rolls it into Kevin De Bruyne. Travels a couple of yards, gets the ball onto his left foot, hits it from distance, and it's a yard wide of the post.
Then De Gea has no thought about taking the goal kick. It's knocked short to him by Lindelof, and then he has to try and ping it forward. He didn't get great distance on it. City winning it back straight away, but United will be able to bring it away, and Bruno Fernandes will play it forward. It's a good ball as well. Ortega off his line for a moment, fell for Rashford, but he had two City players around him very quickly, which denied him the opportunity to get a first-time shot in. Back it goes for Wan-Bissaka, making his way forward down the United right. Rashford to Casemiro, and back again. Casemiro then with a neat little turn into the feet of Wan-Bissaka. Poor ball from him, off balance, and City are going to be able to bring it away. De Bruyne will sprint forward on the left-hand side, and Bernardo Silva can't find him. And that means that Varane will just step up from the defensive line, bring it under control, and get Manchester United going again.
Yeah, lucky there, Bernardo Silva, lovely run. Just couldn't quite find the pass on the end of it. United now pressing some 35-40 yards. Casemiro with the ball at his feet.
Finding Fred. In the FA Cup final on TalkSport, where Manchester United trail City 1-0, Wan-Bissaka with a little header that took a little deflection on its way through. But straight into the hands of Ortega, who pushed forward to the edge of the penalty area. The United players claiming that there was a hand in there. VAR today is David Coote. I'm sure that he will have had a look at it, but probably needed nothing more than a cursory glance at one. 1-0 City.
The reason why they're complaining there, United, was none of them got in the box. None of them gambled. Great run from Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Good pass that found him on the overlap. Grealish was tracking the run. And the United fullback gets his head on it, nods it across the 6-yard line. Not a red shirt in sight. They've got to commit people. When the time is right, you've got to make sure you've got numbers in the box. You're not going to hurt Man City. If you're hitting everything from distance, you've got to make sure you get people in there.
1-0 in the FA Cup final. Now the referee, having looked at that, is now going to go over and have a look at the monitor, and this could be a penalty for United. So this is that handball chat, I imagine.
Well, it was Jack Grealish who tracked the run from Wan-Bissaka. I mean, it's 30 seconds ago.
At least.
And Paul Tierney is now, as you say, Jim, going over to the monitor. It was a good run, I mentioned, a great run from Wan-Bissaka. Let's have a look at how now Jack Grealish is a yard and a half away from him. He looks like a couple of yards away from him, as we're just seeing a still image at the moment. Let's have a look. Grealish tries to head the ball, and it hits his hand. It does hit his hand. He's not even, I mean, how much does he know about that? Nothing, in my opinion.
So the ball has sailed over his head, it has hit his hand, and the referee, having looked at the monitor, is going to give a penalty to Manchester United.
Oh, I find that incredible. Astonishing decision, that is. I'm sorry, that is just unbelievable. Jack Grealish is watching the ball. It just beats him by an inch or two. Wan-Bissaka is about 4 or 5 feet behind him, heads it, and Grealish's hand is up in the air. And of course it's up in the air, guys, because he's just tried to head it. Oh, I mean, I find that harsh in the extreme, but what a game-changing moment it could possibly be for Manchester United.
Well, Grealish is far from happy. It's a very, very controversial decision. It's one that will divide everybody, and on the basis that it's one that will divide everybody, you have to say that you couldn't describe it as a clear and obvious error, the non-award of the penalty.
Yeah, but he didn't give it to him. He's been told to go and have a look.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So
he's been told to have a look.
It's supposed to be a clear and obvious error would be overturned, would make the decision invalid. The bottom line is Bruno Fernandes has the opportunity to make it 1-1 from the penalty spot. Scored in the last meeting of these two. Fernandes scored 3 out of 3 penalties this season. You can make that 4 out of 4. Slow run up, and he tucks it past the diving Ortega into the bottom left-hand corner. Manchester United had a torrid start to this game, but they are now back on level terms. Controversially, Manchester City won, Manchester United won.
Great penalty, and look, he's got that little dagger in, tippy-toe sort of run up to it, beg your pardon, Bruno Fernandes, but it finds its way into the corner of the net. He's run away and celebrated in front of the City fans over on the far side, and all the United players are still there. I'm not sure exactly what's gone on. The United player that was on the floor is back up on his feet. I'm seeing the incident again. I mean, it's the most astonishing handball you can ever see. If you jump for a ball, right, and you're about to land, just do it at home. Do it now. Jump up in the air, and as you come down, your hands will be up in the air. That's where they go. And then Aaron Wan-Bissaka has just headed it, and it's hit Grealish's hand from literally 3 foot away. I am astounded that one has been given.
What is it with VAR and these two teams? It's just incredible, Jim, isn't it? I mean, I'm with you, Andy. I'm with you, Jim, as well. I think we're all on the same page. Jack's done nothing wrong. he's tried to get back and help out his teammates just to clear his lines. Yes, he mistimed the header, but Aaron Wan-Bissaka just basically kept the ball alive, and Jack cannot, from what, 3 or 4 inches away from his hand, he cannot move his hand out of the way, he's not even looking at it. And that is a huge lifeline for Manchester United in this FA Cup tie, because from this moment, they've done absolutely nothing in the first 30 minutes of this game.
Here's Jack Grealish bringing it forward for Manchester City. Goes for Gundogan. Gundogan clipping inside the penalty area. Headed back. Kevin De Bruyne is onto it. And he's flipped it over the bar and out of play for a goal kick. It's Manchester City 1, Manchester United 1. Let's go pitch side and speak to our correspondent, Alex Drew.
Totally different feel behind this goal now, Jim. There was a big red flare that erupted, all the Manchester United fans on their feet. We're Man United, we're never going to stop, is the song they've been chanting. Big cheer as that cross from De Bruyne sailed over the crossbar. Is that a massive game change, you wonder? It certainly is in terms of the noise behind me.
Bruno Fernandes' 14th goal of the season, and it is a decision that will be talked about at great length, depending, of course, on the exact ramifications of it, and depending on who lifts the cup later today. But 1-1, I don't think there are many neutrals that would have anticipated that was a penalty.
Jim, that's where we have to hear that conversation. We have a right to hear what's being said there, and who is, because somebody there alerts the referee that yes, it could be a penalty, and I'd love to know what is actually said at that particular point, whether the referee himself says yes, that's a pen, I think I've got to give that, or somebody else is encouraging him to give it. And there's a difference there, and I think that's why we have to now know, we have to hear what's being said. And I know Howard Webb is pro it, he's for it. When he was on with Jim White and Simon Jordan, I was listening to him, and he said, yep, it'll come, no doubt it will, maybe not just yet, but we do need it, we really do, because for calls like that one, that's huge, and I for one would love to know why, and the blue half of Manchester at the moment would love to know why.
So the ball did hit Grealish's hand, there is no doubt about that, and it is, the arm is away from the side of his body, but I can't understand how anybody could think that that wasn't in a natural position for what he was doing. And then the ball hits him from such close range, he's got absolutely no chance. Anyway, it's in the books. It's a penalty scored by Fernandes, and it is 1-1. It's the first goal that Manchester City have conceded in the FA Cup this season. The ball is out of play for a throw that will be taken by Akanji on the City left. And when United were creating very little, it didn't look as though those two moments, the Haaland one that came close when he was on the stretch and couldn't divert it past De Gea, the other opportunity that came their way and was narrowly wide from Rodri, didn't look as though they would be two costly errors, but they might end up in 1-1 the score. Rodri playing it out towards Kevin De Bruyne. De Bruyne slipping it forward for Stones. Now Bernardo Silva has it. Back for Stones again on the right-hand side of the penalty area, and the first corner of the game goes Manchester City's way. Stones' cross is deflected away.
Just watching Rodri as the City fans roar at that corner, just looking at him, turning around to his teammate, come on, let's pick it up again. Let's get it going, let's get our football going, let's start to make it happen. We've got to reset themselves now, City, and again get back to where they were, playing with authority and creating situations for Haaland, De Bruyne and Gundogan in particular in those forward areas.
So corner to be taken on the Manchester City right. It's knocked in short. Back out towards De Bruyne, clipping it in with the outside of the right boot and almost finding Haaland. A good defensive header by Casemiro at the near post gets it away for United. It will sail forward towards halfway. Walker is there and will flick it down and play it out towards Bernardo Silva. Now this is only the 9th of the last 31 FA Cup finals in which both teams have scored. And the first goal so often has made a huge difference. Not necessarily today. 6 times this century, the side that has gone 1-0 down has ended up lifting the cup. Will it again today? Kanji clipping in, looking for Haaland. Oh, mistake by Fred inside his own penalty area. Just about able to rescue it. As the Stones put the pressure on, United will clear. Brought down in the centre circle by Diaz for City. Now towards Walker. And Walker bringing the ball forward into the shadow over on the far touchline for Bernardo Silva. 1-1 in what has been a dramatic and controversial first half to the 142nd FA Cup final here on TalkSport. Grealish back to the edge of the penalty area for Gundogan, to Jack Grealish again. Grealish level with the penalty spot, flicking it in. It's Stones making the run, trying to put it on the plate, but De Bruyne has gone down. Referee says no penalty. VAR might have a look at that as well. Kyle Walker will be able to bring it back under control. And Pep is right in the face of fourth official Peter Banks and is absolutely convinced that should have been a penalty. De Bruyne going down inside the penalty area.
Yeah.
Play continues for now.
Yeah, great run from John Stones, who's played very well. Got to say, John Stones is picking his moments to run forward really intelligently. He gets to the byline, cuts it back, where De Bruyne walking onto it on his left foot. Looks like he's going to hit it, and then there's a coming together. Is he fouled? Is he looking for a little bit more? We'll see.
Well, still play continues. And now it was stopped for a free kick that's been given United's way. Marcus Rashford was back and was fouled. And it was actually a foul before that as well. The referee played the advantage, but it will be a free kick to Manchester United. The fact that referee Tierney isn't asking for a break in play here suggests that the De Bruyne incident has been checked and cleared, and it won't be the second penalty of the game.
No, Casemiro actually down on the floor on the receiving end of a challenge. I'm just watching it now on our monitors. Let's have a look. De Bruyne, I tell you what, Fred sticks his left foot out and catches Kevin De Bruyne. He's a little slow, Fred, in reacting to the ball coming back. I mean, look, I've seen him given for less. I certainly have seen him given for less than that.
Seen him given for less than that this afternoon. Here's Eriksen playing it back for Varane. And Varane on the edge of the centre circle will go back towards Victor Lindelof. Nicky, you've had a look at that replay as well. What do you reckon?
I think if Kevin De Bruyne makes contact with the ball, he's got a bigger shout. I think it's because he doesn't touch it, because of Fred getting his body in front of Kevin De Bruyne. I think is why the referee Paul Tierney waves that one away. What was interesting straight after that was Pep Guardiola down in the technical area alongside Erik ten Hag going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, applying pressure, which you can imagine he's going to. He felt the full force of that Grealish decision. So of course, managers, they will just apply a bit of pressure in the right way. I mean, it's a high-pressure game, so you can expect a bit from the managers down there.
De Bruyne with a pass that misses Stones in the midfield, and Marcus Rashford will be able to put his foot on the ball and find Sancho. Sancho to Casemiro. Sancho continuing his run forward, gets the return pass. Now Rashford on the corner of the penalty area. He'll make his way forward. The angle's tight. It ricochets back off him twice, and the corner has been given. No complaints from the City players. The second touch must have come after he was already over the line. Yeah. So this is United's first corner, and Eriksen will take it.
40-odd minutes into the game. First time, really, we've seen Marcus Rashford with the ball at his feet, travelling with it, and just looking to take Ruben Dias on and run him into the box and maybe try and get the shot away. Didn't do that, but got his team a corner.
Corner which Eriksen will take. Wan-Bissaka is midway between the halfway line and the edge of the penalty area. Everybody else forward for United as Eriksen takes it. Near post flick, and it breaks for Varane on the edge of the 6-yard box. A hurried volley goes over the bar.
Big chance. Big chance that, with respects to Rafa Varane, anybody else might have stuck their foot on that and knocked that one in. That's a good chance. Ball whips in a little bit flat to the near post. A little glancing header from Casemiro. Varane runs from the penalty spot towards the far post, and on the edge of the 6-yard box gets his foot on it on the volley, just can't get it on target.
They never really looked convincing, Andy, did the United, from set pieces and corners because of the lack of height. You see what City have got at their disposal, but when it did come to Varane, probably just the wrong person. It was a great opportunity.
Gundogan playing it out towards the Manchester City right here. De Bruyne and Silva making their ways forward in combination, and then Shaw goes down inside his own penalty area. Bernardo Silva was claiming that he was pushed inside the box and it should be a penalty to City. Free kick has been given to United for the same incident. The referee deciding that Bernardo Silva was the instigator there.
Yep, Bernardo Silva it was, who actually just dropped it off to Kevin De Bruyne from that right touchline position, then darted infield. He just steals half a yard on Luke Shaw, who actually just is stronger than him and just gets his body in the right position to deny Bernardo Silva, who has a little swipe at Luke Shaw once the ball finally goes astray. But incredible, I'm just seeing another rerun. I would say Aaron Wan-Bissaka and Jack Grealish are about 2 feet apart, no more than that.
Jim, with your knowledge of being in that situation and seeing that, at the letter of the law, I know we're all maybe we're looking at it as ex-players thinking it's not a penalty, but do you think it is?
No, I don't think it is, because I think the arm is in a natural position, even though it is away from the silhouette. I think that because he's gone up for the header, which has just sailed past him, I don't see where else his arm is going to be. You can't jump with your arms by it, everybody always says.
Particularly, Jim, when it's running like it's going to beat you, you have to use your arms for a bit of leverage to get you off the floor that little bit extra.
Free kick to Manchester City here for an offside, 1-1. In the FA Cup, which is set in Europa League the other night. The Women's Champions League final is underway as well. Wolves were leading that 2-0 against Barcelona. This Wednesday, West Ham in their first European final for 47 years. They face Fiorentina in Prague. We will, of course, be there. The Europa Conference League final, presented by Adrian Durham, with the former Amazon England striker Dean Ashton alongside Sam Matterface. Wednesday, and then Saturday, City aim to win the Champions League for the first time. Will it be for the treble? They take on Inter Milan. It's an 8 o'clock kickoff next Saturday, and we will be at the Ataturk outside Istanbul, live on Talk Sport. We're in the final minute of a controversial first half here that's going to be supplemented by 4 additional minutes by way of stoppage time. It's 1-1, Gundogan on 13 seconds, and then Bruno Fernandes from the penalty spot after a handball by Jack Grealish on 32 minutes. Ruben Dias in possession, finding Rodri. It is a first half that has scampered by.
Certainly has, yeah. It's been such an intriguing watch. Can't take your eyes off it for a second.
Grealish finding Gundogan. And Gundogan clipping them, right-footed now towards Kyle Walker on the Manchester City right. It's got Bernardo Silva just trotting down the touchline, showing for the ball into feet. Work back instead. Now De Bruyne has got it. De Bruyne towards the edge of the penalty area. The Flamehead Belgian playing it in, knocked away though. Took a deflection just in front of Casemiro and he could get it away. Rashford then working it for Manchester United with a chance for a counter-attack just for a moment before Jadon Sancho was fouled, and it's going to be a free kick which will be taken by United inside their own half, and a few boos and whistles from the United fans who thought that was a cheeky tactical foul.
Well, yep, I think there's a little bit of that in it. Rodri made sure there Jadon Sancho wasn't going to poke a little 20-yard pass through the middle, where United had a glut of red shirts running centrally. Nicky mentioned earlier about them being narrow. They are. Sometimes it's a 2, sometimes it looks like a diamond that they're playing in the middle of the park, but either way, it's a little narrow at times, but they're right back in the game.
Great free kick taken towards Rashford, who made a gallivanting run inside the penalty area. Took defenders with him and they found him. It was played back towards Sancho. City half clear. Casemiro helping it back forward towards Luke Shaw, who got the last touch there. It was Silva to Manchester United throw near the edge of the City penalty area. 1-1 here on TalkSport in the 190th Manchester derby, and just about the biggest of the lot. Ball is down by the corner flag. Walker trying to get it out of place. Deflected back inside the area. Couple of touches from City players, and they can eventually dig it clear through a Kanji. And out of play for a throw which will be taken on the Manchester United right. Well, they started this game so slowly, Manchester United, but if anything, they're ending the first 45 minutes the better of the two teams. Certainly seeing more of the opposition final third.
Yeah, they've certainly had more of the ball, as you would expect. Now they've drawn breath and they've got themselves back on level terms. And I mentioned earlier on about United don't have to play well to win this cup today. They don't. What they've got to do, they've got to make sure the big moments come their way, they take them, and defensively they switch on at all times.
And now Rashford's found Grealish together between the two number 10s, and he wanted to take the free kick quickly, Jack Grealish, and Wan-Bissaka cheekily just walking back, flicked the ball away. No sanctions from the referee, and play will continue in the final of the 4 additional minutes at the end of the first half. Stones in possession in the heart of the Manchester City midfield, clipping one out towards Bernardo Silva. Slightly high the pass, but what a take it was from him, as Andy was alluding to there. Brought it down almost on his left shoulder and flicked it back. And now it comes down towards Kanji. Kanji on the City left, and then Grealish is caught by Wan-Bissaka. Grealish trying to let the ball run past him, and Wan-Bissaka's going to get a yellow card for bringing Jack Grealish down. And City will end this first half with a set piece in a really good position, very much out towards the left-hand touchline. It's only about 5 yards shy of the edge of the penalty area.
And the yellow card shown to Aaron Wan-Bissaka, who's protesting his innocence as we speak. The ball was played from a central position out to Jack Grealish. And I think Grealish thought Wan-Bissaka was going to intercept. He didn't quite get there. The momentum from Wan-Bissaka takes him through. He just clips Grealish. Nothing malicious in it, so I think the yellow card is a bit harsh, I really do.
So Watkin City must have from this free kick. De Bruyne standing over the ball. 4 Manchester United players just in front of him. And now De Bruyne spots it down. He's got Bernardo Silva with him. Grealish walking away, feigning disinterest as he makes his way towards the edge of the D. Haaland, who has had a couple of half chances but hasn't been too heavily involved at all, is in there. Rodri, Stones, forward as well. Ruben Dias is a more than interested observer from where this is going. Bernardo comes to meet him and then walks away again. Everybody resets. Now Bernardo runs over it. De Bruyne clipping it in, right footed too close to the goalkeeper. Easily claimed by David De Gea. 4 minutes of stoppage time are up, and De Gea's release of the ball will be the last touch of the first half. Well, it got off to an extraordinary start. It was full of controversy as well, with a handball by Jack Grealish. İlkay Gündoğan scoring the quickest goal in FA Cup final history. Cancelled now by a Fernandes penalty. Half-time, it's 1-1.
Well, what a fantastic, controversial, dramatic, exciting 45 minutes of football in this FA Cup final, live on TalkSport. I really didn't want to talk about VAR, but I think I might have to. Let's take a look at the half-time highlights with Carling.
FA Cup half-time highlights on TalkSport with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup.
Wow, what a start we had to this FA Cup final. If we just take a look at İlkay Gündoğan, who takes the kick-off, believe it or not, straight back to the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper lumps it up, Wimbledon style. You wouldn't know it's Manchester City. Haaland wins the first ball. Actually, Lindelof wins the second, but heads it straight onto the foot of Gündoğan, who volleys it in. But you've surely got to ask questions, Andy Townsend, of the goalkeeper. I mean, is he set? Is he ready? I've had a word with a goalkeeping coach who says he takes a step backwards. He really isn't ready. And yes, it's 12 seconds in, but he should be ready for a shot from İlkay Gündoğan.
Yeah, he's not set, that's for sure. He's not ready. He's come out to the 6-yard line and he starts to backpedal a little bit. And when you're backpedaling as a goalkeeper and someone hits one as accurately and as hard as what Gündoğan did there, you can't then get your body weight across and up into the air to make any sort of save. So, no, the goalkeeper wasn't set, wasn't ready. He is literally seconds into the match. And just the most incredible start to this cup final. It really was, Adrian. What a wonderful goal. What a wonderful hit.
Wembley erupted. Well, half of it did anyway. And I think the Manchester United fans absolutely shell-shocked by that. But it's a brilliant hit from Gündoğan, who's the City captain and maybe underrated. Pep's first ever signing. £20 million is all he costs. They go on about the multi-millions they spend, but some of their very best, because Manchester United... Talk about the Casemiro red card, because Manchester United, they've had the decisions in this first half. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Whether you agree with some of the decisions or not, they've had it all go their way. He should be sent off for this, Casemiro. I cannot believe. And do you know what's happened here? Casemiro's gone down like he's injured. He's pretending to be injured. That should be, at best, a second yellow for feigning injury. But he should be sent off for the challenge originally, because it's an absolute shocker from Casemiro and Ricky Gray.
Well, I just think that boiled down to a little bit of frustration because they couldn't get themselves into the game, Adrian. But
he's got to go, though.
Does VAR have a look at that? Well, if they have a look at it, they come up with a different decision.
Well, what have they seen that said, no, it's okay?
I mean, has he got away with that because he's rolled around on the ground himself?
But
I think that boils down to frustration, not just from him, but I think for the whole of the Manchester United 11, because up to that point, they weren't in the game at all.
Well, so you've got City one up after a few seconds. Casemiro should have been sent off, and then we get to this Grealish handball. I won't show you it again because we've seen it time and time and time again. Tierney had the chance there, on-field referee, go over to the screen and be courageous and say, actually, I haven't made a mistake here. I'm going to back my original decision. David Coote, VAR, I'm okay, I think I got it right, so on we go. He had the chance to do that, and I so wish he had done, because it could change refereeing in this country. For me, VAR from day one has taken common sense out of football. Giving a penalty there does not make any sense whatsoever, Andy.
No, it doesn't. No, I'm totally with you. I am extremely surprised. I'm disappointed in lots of ways that we are now giving decisions that the guys, our referees that we want to respect, we really do want to respect all our officials. They're a fundamental part of this business that we all love. But we fall out of love with those guys when they give calls like that, and we can't understand why they make calls like that. We need to know, we need to hear it. We've got to be all wired in and see exactly what's going on in these crucial moments, Adrian, because for the life of me, I don't understand how anybody turns around and says, yeah, that's a definite handball and deserves a pen.
I think personally that's where you need to know the game itself, Adrian, is in a football fan with knowledge, an ex-football player, because for all the life of me, I'm watching it, that move as it's happening, and Wan-Bissaka as he's made the header. And even in commentary, Andy and Jim continued with the commentary because they didn't think there was going to be a penalty, but then 30 or 40 seconds later, he was called across to the side pole, Tierney, to go and have a look at it. Possible penalty. It's not Jack. You can see, I mean, he goes up to try and win the ball, to clear his lines. He turns his body. He's not even got eyes on the ball. His arms are up high because he's leaped to try and win the ball back for his side. As he turns round, he doesn't know Wan-Bissaka's going to head the ball onto his hand from 3 or 4 inches away. And I think you'd see from the frustration or even the reaction from Pep Guardiola in the technical area.
I think, having just seen another angle of it, the ball has sailed over his head. He's gone up for it. The arm has then started to come down because he's been using it for leverage. Then, out the corner of his eye, sees Wan-Bissaka coming, and he's thinking there's going to be a physical collision between the pair of them, and he's put his arm up to protect himself from the impact. It's come up towards his face, the ball's hit their hand, and the penalty is given. For me, and there may well be referees who say, no, you're absolutely wrong, but for me, that should never be given as a penalty, and by the letter of the law, in the spirit of the game, and they've got to referee it by the way that the law is written, but in the spirit of the game, that's not a handball offence. He's not tried to gain an advantage by doing that at all.
Do you know, I always think as well, we see players now when they go out to stop a cross coming in, Nick, you'll have seen this like me, like all fans. You see defenders going out now with their arms behind their back, petrified of giving away, petrified of putting their arm in the way of a cross that's going to come in. So you're coaching players to do that, and I understand the need to do that. So are we now saying that when you jump for a ball, you're going to have to jump with your hands by your side, that someone could come in and clatter you on the side of your cheekbone and put you out of a Champions League final? You can't raise your arms anymore. It's not fair. You can't cater or coach a situation like that to prevent what Jack Grealish did. It's not a penalty, and I think it's not in the sporting nature of the game. Just exactly what Jim just said there.
Well, if you try it yourself. Try and jump with your arms behind your back. It's pretty hard to do.
Yep.
And if you think about corners and set pieces as well, Andy, when everybody's doing exactly the same thing, players they're leaping up to try and get that extra inch above your marker, whether you're clearing your lines or whether you're trying to head and score a goal. You raise your arms to try and come up, and as you come down, the last thing you're thinking about as a player is putting your arms behind your back because you think there's going to be contact with your arm.
Absolutely right. Hey, what could happen now? What we could do, literally, from the start of next season, we don't necessarily have to hear it in real time, the conversation that's happening. I think broadcasters eventually will get that. We will be able to hear a real-time conversation between referee and the VAR officials. But we most certainly could hear it the next day. Let's have a listen to what was said when that happened yesterday, etc., to try and gauge a better understanding of what these guys are seeing.
Do you not think that all we would have heard there, and I'm with you, by the way, I think we should, but what we would have heard there was David Coote asking the question, is he making himself bigger with a bid to stopping Wan-Bissaka getting the ball back across the goal into the danger zone? Does he make himself bigger? You answer that question. Paul Tierney's obviously looked at it and thought, yeah, he does make himself bigger. But actually, we're saying here that momentum,
yes,
or trying to stop a collision between the two, This isn't Jack Grealish sticking his hand in the air saying, I'm going to stop this coming back in.
No,
And whoever
exactly.
thinks that, I just can't get my head around why you would... And this is where tweaking the laws so frequently, and where VAR overanalyzing, scientifically making everything, trying to be perfect.
Yes.
I think they've just got themselves into such a muddle, they can't see clearly anymore.
And it's the wording that they hide behind of the law. The wording of the law that somehow is what they trot out, what officials will trot out. You know, the specific wording of each of these laws, whereas you're absolutely right. The sporting integrity of our game, and also a bit of common sense. Come on, look at that decision. Stand in front of that monitor. Just say to yourself, is Grealish trying to get himself in the way of this? Is he deliberately making himself big? Come on, the answer to that, no across the board.
Yeah, what they might as well do is say, or any other circumstances, it's for a penalty. Because there are too many shades here. It's too much on the line for a decision like that. For me, it should only be given if it is a clear and obvious error. Clear and obvious error either way. Had the penalty not been given for that, there would have been very, very few complaints.
Well, United benefits, and they go in at half-time. Maybe a little bit fortunate to be left and live on all.
FA half-time highlights on TalkSport with the official owner of the
Yeah, one piece here at the half-time. The Women's Champions League final against Barcelona in Eindhoven. Barcelona 0, Wolfsburg 2 in the Women's Champions League final. The FA Cup final live on TalkSport. Manchester United second couple.
TalkSport with Charlie, the speaker of the Emirates FA Plus, please respectly.
Team join me in men's for everything. Motivational, get real stories to tell, and I'm really love it. Today, all the latest episodes by heading over to Apple Spotify or get your podcast or watch on Talk YouTube channel.
The FA Cup final live. Manchester versus Manchester City on Sport, the number one of the Emirates FA Cup.
She cuts in from the wing. Oh, that's superb. She's through and goal! Ho, ho, ho, ho! Yes! She scored a world-class win.
Sarah?
Huh? Oh.
Cadbury Buttons or Dairy Milk?
Oh, gosh, sorry. Don't dream about a world-class win. Enter to win one. Meet a world-class footballer and win an epic holiday worth 8K. Only with Cadbury. T's and C's apply. Visit worldclass.cadburyfc.com.
Come on, the Blues!
Wearing white, Einstein.
Whoops, Sunday League footy so British.
Which reminds me, smart meters could help Britain create a future where we're less reliant on imported gas. All right. They help us manage our energy use, which improves the balance of supply and demand. So we could use more wind and solar energy from Britain.
Help Britain create a future that's less reliant on imported gas. Search Get a Smart Meter today. Eligibility may vary. Consumer action required.
Whenever you watch telly, you deserve something extraordinary. You deserve a hilarious comedy, a fascinating documentary, or a nail-biting crime drama without paying for endless apps and channels. You deserve Sky and Netflix together in one simple subscription. All the great TV you need, whatever you're into, for £26 a month. Sky Stream. TV simplified. Requires Sky Stream and broadband. Minimum speed 25 megabits per second. No upfront people for 14th of July. 18-month minimum term. Terms apply.
The FA Cup final live. Manchester United versus Manchester City on TalkSport with Charlie, the UK's #1 lager and proud partner of the Emirates FA Cup.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker.
TalkSport. On AM, on DAB, on the app, and on your smart speaker. The FA Cup final. Manchester City versus Manchester United. Live from Wembley on TalkSport.
Back here at Wembley, we are waiting for the two teams to come out for the second half. One apiece between City and United in the first ever All-Manchester FA Cup final. Let's head off to the cricket, get the latest from TalkSport's John Norman.
Well, a test is what England wanted ahead of an Ashes summer, and belatedly, a test is what they've got. And England, incredibly, are going to have to bat again. Didn't think I'd be saying that this morning when overnight Ireland was struggling. 97 for 3, but we've seen some fine innings of note. 44 to Tucker. Harry Tector hitting 51, but Mark Adair, 88, his test best. And Andy McBride could go one better. He's 85 not out. 2 wickets remaining, but, of course, McCollum, who was injured yesterday, will not bat. So England need 1 wicket and then they're going to have to come out and knock off a few runs. The crowd have been entertained, that's what they wanted this morning, and England have been tested. Ireland at tea on day 3, 356 for 8.
Well, this is the football season that's never ending, and we've got it all covered on TalkSport. So many people have said to me, now the season's over, you're taking a break. Are you absolutely sure about that? Today we've got the FA Cup final as the officials come out for the second half, so we'll be getting underway very shortly. And then TalkSport's off to Prague for the Europa Conference League final with West Ham United against Fiorentina. That final is on Wednesday. We'll bring you that live on TalkSport. And then TalkSport's off to Istanbul for the Champions League final. We'll have a special preview show Friday night from Istanbul. You'll be able not just to hear it on your radio, but also to see it on our social media platforms, on YouTube, on Twitter as well. So watch out all week for loads of content from Prague and from Istanbul as well. Champions League final next Saturday, and we'll have commentary of that. It is Manchester City taking on Inter Milan. Manchester United come out for the second half. The sun's gone in just for a little moment. Flags are waving in the Manchester United end, but maybe City feel a little bit shell-shocked. Maybe they got themselves lulled into a bit of false security with that goal after just a few seconds from İlkay Gundogan. City in the tunnel about to emerge. So, with the quickest FA Cup final goal of all time, Manchester City, and then United with one of the most controversial VAR calls in FA Cup final history. So it is one apiece, second half right now on TalkSport with Mickey Gray, Andy Townsend and Jim Proudfoot.
And Manchester United with the first team out for this second half. Manchester City following them out now. No sign of any changes being made at this juncture. And that means that David De Gea is okay, and whether they had to give him a little bit of treatment during the second half. He went down for a stage midway through the first half. But he is back out for the second period. So City lining up Ortega in goal, Walker, Diaz, Akanji, Stones and Rodri, Bernardo Silva, De Bruyne, Gundogan and Grealish, and Haaland. And Manchester United, De Gea in goal, Wan-Bissaka, Varane, Lindelof and Shaw, Casemiro and Fred, Fernandes and Sancho, and Eriksen and Rashford in what at times has been a 4-2-2-2 formation. We're back underway. Paul Tierney, the referee, signals the start of the second half, and he'll be hoping for a little bit less controversy in the second period. One thing guaranteed, we won't get a goal as soon as we did in the first half in this second. The ball has been put out of play for a throw that'll be taken over on the Manchester United right. Delighted to say, alongside me, a couple of international here from Mickey Gray in a moment. First of all, though, Andy Townsend.
Yeah, I mean, just such an incredible first 45 minutes, so much to talk about. The debate and what we've just seen will go on for days as it is, but Man United now, having had the worst start possible, an imaginable start to the game, they're back in it. Are they now going to pick it up and start to really attack City and start to pressurise them that little bit more?
They're on the front foot here, Manchester United bringing it forward. Wan-Bissaka finding Sancho. It's a lovely turn from Sancho inside the penalty area, trying to tiptoe his way through and got a fair distance, but Rodri was able just to step across him and flick it away. Out towards Jack Grealish. Grealish back for Ruben Diaz, who will clear his lines inside the penalty area. Long ball hoisted forward from him. Bruno Fernandes and Casemiro both attacking it. Casemiro got his head to it. City work it forward. Haaland gives chase and shoves one of the United players to the ground. As he does so, it was Varane. Another minute ago, him could be end of the part.
Well, that just tried to win the ball. He thought he was a win after he didn't like that. Even before that, Jim, arguably that was one of the reasons why he stayed down.
One score ball with the head from I believe it's cleared as found, or very nearly found, was Erik ten Hag rather than anybody else. And the white shirt, not one in red. The ball was out of play for a throw that Carl Walker wanted to take from about 15 yards too far forward. Eventually he makes most of the distance back before restarting play, dropping it short of the feet of Bernardo Silva. Walker getting it back again. Eriksen putting the pressure on. Ball is laid off for Silva, who then goes back inside his own half for Stones. And Stones brings it forward towards halfway. And just for a moment, he's finding himself on the right of the three centre halves. Almost a 4-4-2 for Manchester City at the start of this second half, but they will gravitate back towards their more customary shape now. Ball is laid back for Ortega, who controls it inside his own penalty area. Takes a couple of touches, just plays it forward in towards Stones. 4 in red shirts converge on him, and then he turns and beautifully takes all 4 out of the picture.
Terrific play, John Stones, that.
Now Walker bringing it forward and undoes all that good work from Stones by presenting it straight to Casemiro in the midfield. Walker will spare his own blushes by winning it back just as quickly, but how good was that from Stones?
Wonderful. Facing his own goal, surrounded by red shirts, but just turns out. I think everybody just held their breath for a moment, wasn't quite sure what John Stones was going to do with the ball, but not only now is he looking comfortable with doing the job required in the middle of the park, he's now adding finesse and genuine class to it like he just did.
And that Women's Champions League final now 2-2. 2 goals for Barcelona in the space of 2 minutes in Eindhoven against Wolfsburg. So 2 apiece there. Silva playing it forward down the right-hand side of the area. De Bruyne's ball inside the box just behind Haaland, and it falls for Wan-Bissaka, who's going to be able to knock it away out towards the touchline.
Lucky. Good football, City. Just got the overlap. De Bruyne just found a yard of space down City's right, in behind Luke Shaw, whipped it across the 6-yard line. There was 2 players in the box who just both got in advance of the ball.
Manchester City in possession again with TalkSport, an FA Cup final live from Wembley, where it's 1-1. Waiting for it, look at the problem. Sounds bad. Kicks in the sheet in the sunshine. De Bruyne, good turn, too good for Fred, who just made contact, a genuine attempt to win the ball, but he genuinely didn't. And it's a free kick that will be taken by City, 10 yards from the corner flag, almost on the touchline. Andy?
Problem is, sorry Andy for jumping in there, I'm watching Fred and it looks like he's trying to man-mark Kevin De Bruyne in this second half. De Bruyne has run off and put a great ball into the 6-yard area, then he pulls him out wide, thinking he's got the pace to beat him. And Kevin De Bruyne is just clever, he just nicks the ball past him, waits because he knows Fred's going to just poke out that left foot. And if they keep giving these free kicks and for Kevin De Bruyne to whip into dangerous areas, City have got the height and the threat in that 6-yard box to capitalise on it.
Well, it was a tactic that worked for United the last time that they played against City in the league when they beat them. Fred on De Bruyne, but De Bruyne dragging him here, there and everywhere at the moment. He's got this free kick here. It's right-footed. It's clipped towards the edge of the penalty area. Left-footed effort from Gundogan. Oh, it's in! It's pressed through past David De Gea. And Manchester City lead again. Worked out to the edge of the box and he sent a bouncing one in from the edge of the D. It's bounced about 3 times, whether it's taken a slightly erratic bounce in front of David De Gea, I don't know. But İlkay Gundogan on the double, and Manchester City might be on the League and Cup double as a result. They lead again, 2-1.
Goalkeeper. Everybody on the United bench is looking at a monitor, and they're all asking the same question that everybody watching this match is saying: where's my goalkeeper? Where's David De Gea? Because İlkay Gundogan has hit that on the volley, and it's bounced, as you say, Jim, 3 times from about 4 yards outside the box. He's actually got a hand on it and can't keep it out. Again, is he set? Is he ready? I'll tell you what, Gundogan makes a decent strike. Goalkeeper's got to save that. It's gone through a little narrow corridor, it has, along the way, but that's got to be kept out.
It's such a well-worked free kick, swung towards the edge of the penalty area. He's a yard outside the box. He's hit it with cut spin with the outside of the left boot, and it's gone just over the thigh of one United defender and past another. I think the only thing you could say, Mickey Gray, was potentially De Gea saw it late and was unsided, but you'd still expect your goalkeeper to be able to save that.
He's got to save it, Jim. There's no question about it. There's only one place Gundogan can put that.
As Ortega clears from about a yard off his line after a potentially suicidal back pass, but City survive. 2-1. Nick?
I talk about giving free kicks away to Manchester City.
It's absolutely right.
It's not the free kick I expected, though, Andy. To the edge of the 18-yard area, and Gundogan with his weaker foot banging that ball into the ground. I don't think there's enough pace on that to beat David De Gea. He's got to save that.
I think he's on his line. He's too far on his line, and the goal is then too big for him to scamper across and make a better save.
So City leading again. Sancho bringing it forward now for United. Wan-Bissaka's gone down. He's back on his feet very quickly. Grealish has possession back, and Manchester City get a free kick. Live over on TalkSport 2 right now. Magic Weekend is underway. It's Wigan 4, Catalan 8. That's live for you right now over on TalkSport 2. Here on TalkSport, it's the FA Cup final, and Manchester City lead Manchester United by 2 goals to 1. İlkay Gündoğan's now got 6 goals in his last 4 games against Premier League opposition. He's never scored a senior hat-trick. He had the chance to do that in that recent Premier League game against Leeds where he missed the penalty. He's on a hat-trick again now. City leading in the cup final. They've scored early in each half.
I mean, look, he's just got that fantastic knack, and it is a knack, which is in his own way as a skill to get into the box.
Ortega was off his line for a moment there as he broke towards Bruno Fernandes. Wan-Bissaka will try and help it in, but it's headed down by Ruben Dias and whacked away by Kanji. For City towards halfway. Varane mopping up. Fred goes back inside his own half, and United able to get their foot on the ball.
Yeah. Again, haven't seen enough of Marcus Rashford from United. Second half, Eriksen on the edges of the game, same as Bruno Fernandes in that wide right-hand side. I don't think it'll be long before Ten Hag starts to tweak the shape of this United team. I don't think he can wait forever. Of course, if City were to strike next, we'd all think it's done and dusted. I think it's a really important 5-minute spell now for Erik Ten Hag. He's going to make a change. It's got to have an effect.
And to that end, Alex Crook, our football correspondent here on TalkSport's got one eye on the dugout, Alex.
Well, he looks relaxed enough for the moment, Erik Ten Hag. Arms folded, but Garnacho warming up, ready to come on, I would imagine, Jim.
Stones trying to get the ball away from Fred and poke it out towards Bernardo Silva, and a free kick's been given. Stones just caught, and this is another set-piece opportunity in a really good area. This one's closer, much more central than the one from which they scored.
Caught by Fred again there. I mean, John Stone's a little bit fortunate. The ball kind of gets away from him. He overruns there a little bit. But again, it's Fred who makes the challenge, concedes the free kick. De Bruyne standing over it with Bernardo Silva. We're talking, what, 27, 28 yards out. United have only got a 2-man wall, Christian Eriksen and looks like Jadon Sancho.
And De Bruyne just wipes the sweat from his brow with his left forearm, puts his left yellow boot by the ball, and now takes 2, 3, 4 steps back. 7 Manchester City players around the edge of the penalty area. Will this be a more orthodox delivery? Or some more thinking outside the box. In it comes, swept in, header back across the edge of the 6-yard box. Might break for Haaland, it didn't quite. He stuck out a left foot and it just fell behind it. Half cleared. De Bruyne is going to be able to pick it up again and walks around the challenge from Eriksen, and then it's sliced as it comes back in from Kevin De Bruyne. Then Victor Lindelof trying to clear it, and the ball hits him and slices away perilously close to his near post. It goes out for a corner.
Kevin De Bruyne in this spell since the restart, he's had more touches of the ball than anybody on the field. And if that trend continues, there's going to be problems for Manchester United, because he's whipping things in with his right foot and he's above this corner right now.
Both arms above his head as he indicates which set piece is going to be. Swings the corner in, it's headed away by the penalty spot by Eriksen. Comes down towards Walker. Walker finding Bernardo Silva. Silva forward again towards Kevin De Bruyne. De Bruyne back to Silva in the sunshine. A lot of the game being played in the shade now with Manchester City on the front foot. They lead by 2 goals to 1. And this man in possession has got them both. İlkay Gündoğan. Back from him to Diaz. Into the midfield for Stones. Stones to Ruben Diaz again. A goal that Gündoğan scored, the 150th of Manchester City's season in all competitions, which is a tidy return in 60 games, 2.5 a game. United win possession back with Wan-Bissaka, bringing it forward towards halfway. Rashford able to turn, and he'll flick it forward. Good ball back through the midfield, picks up Bruno Fernandes in space. He's got Shaw making a run to his left, and United will venture forward and work it down towards the left-hand touchline for Shaw. Little nutmeg there of Bernardo Silva, but Bruno Fernandes on the edge of the penalty area couldn't make anything of it. City will be able to break. There was an attempt at a foul in the midfield there by United. The referees played the advantage. Gündoğan pirouettes in the midfield, maintains possession and works it out for Jack Grealish on the Manchester City left. It's back from him to Akanji. Rodri's got it now. Rodri 20 yards outside the penalty area, clipping it down towards Bernardo Silva. Silva controlling it firstly on his thigh and then his left instep, bringing it forward. Taking on Fred, lays it back for Walker. Walker then for Ruben Diaz. Now Walker gets it again. 20 outside the penalty area. About 10 yards outside the box when he eventually fires it in. Lindelof pokes it away from Haaland. Winning the battle of the two Scandinavians there, but United just can't get the ball to stick as they play it upfield. City dominating possession, struggling the life out of United in the midfield at the moment. Here's Ilkay Gundogan getting towards the byline. Oh, just too much on the ball in for Haaland, where better service there, and it could have been 3-1 and game over.
Great run from Gundogan. Travelling towards the byline, stands the ball up with his left foot. It is just, well, it's 3 or 4 yards too big for Erling Haaland to possibly get on the end of it, but again, it's City that are now asking the questions predominantly.
Now there's a little bit of activity on the United bench. Looks like a change, Alex Cook, potentially.
And I think it will be Garnacho. He's stripping ready for action. A lot of people thought he might start today. He'll be coming on.
Just taking his tracksuit top off as the ball is played. Crossfield ball, really poor on Fernandes acknowledges that. Raising a hand by way of apology, but the ball straight out of play for a throw that will be taken by Manchester City on the right-hand side, and they're half an hour away from doing the League and Cup double here. John Stones in possession. City 2, United 1. Remember the last time the two sides met, City a goal up with 12 minutes to go and lost. Long way to go yet. Kanji bringing the ball forward here for Manchester City, and he wins the throw off Casemiro, which will be taken over on that City left-hand side.
Interesting if Garnacho does enter the fray. Exactly which way Erik ten Hag goes to change it. I don't think United get anything like enough out of Bruno Fernandes when he plays in this right-hand position. Mickey Gray and I were talking about it pre-game and during. You know, he's a key player for this United team. He has to be involved. If he's just doing a job for the team up and down the right side, it's a waste. So do they perhaps take Eriksen off, move him infield, or do you take Jadon Sancho off again? Haven't seen enough from him, but a lot of the United players, it was a little bit of a Rodri there nearly getting caught in possession on the halfway line, but be interesting which way he goes with this change now, Jim.
Well, I guess the other option, bearing in mind that you talked about Fred and the lack of an impact that he's having on
and on being able card, Fred?
No, not yet, I don't think, but he's struggling to detail Kevin De Bruyne, so you drop Eriksen back in there, take Fred off, put Bruno at 10, and then bring Garnacho on in the wide position. I don't know, but these are the dilemmas that Erik ten Hag has got to contemplate.
I think first and foremost, Ten Hag's got to say, how can I affect my team? Can't worry about stopping City all the time. We have to score. We've got to reply.
Gundogan fall for De Bruyne here on the edge of the penalty area, and it's saved by De Gea's left boot. Kicks it away. Back out towards Gundogan again. Down towards Bernardo Silva on the right-hand side of the penalty area. Stones clipping it in. It's very deep. Goes over Grealish's head. Picked up though by De Bruyne. But the referee has given a free kick United's way for probably a push inside that penalty area, I guess.
I think it was actually from Jack Grealish. I think it was a little nudge in the back of Varane. And that change is about to happen, Jim.
And it is Garnacho for Eriksen.
Yeah, that change had to happen. As Andy was speaking about there, they need some width. They need somebody who's a little bit unknown to these Manchester City defenders to maybe cause them a few problems. He's young, he'll go out there, he won't even think about it. We know that, but
the referee has given a free kick United's way.
Man United is searching for something at the moment because their football, Jim, in the second half has been so sloppy. Giving the ball away, and then it gives the opportunity for Kevin De Bruyne to pick the ball in between the lines. They probably looked at Erik ten Hag and said to Fred, right, I want you to man mark Kevin De Bruyne. That didn't work, so they've had to scupper that. Then they're thinking about doubling up on the two wide players. That's not working for them. Erling Haaland come about winning the ball back for his team and then creating an opportunity. I'm not seeing that from the United players.
So the change, we'll see Bruno going in at 10, Garnacho playing on the left of the front three. He's still only 18. He's had this problem with the injury this season, suffered from ankle ligament damage, but scored against Wolves on his comeback from that. And with more than 30 senior appearances for United in his breakthrough season. He's only played twice for the club at the start of the campaign, but his 36th appearance for them now.
He's quick, Garnacho, no doubt about that. It's fascinating to see how he gets on up against the machine. That is Kyle Walker. He's got to try and make the difference. Already he's chopped and ducked in behind and trying to offer himself for a long ball over the top. It hasn't quite come. City completely dominant in the game as we speak. They've been much the better in the second period. They've got their lead back, and it's them that are looking the most likely.
And here's John Stones trying to make it 3, but he's fired over the bar. It remains 2-1 to Manchester City here on Talk Sport. Jim Cranford, Andy Townsend, Nicky Gray, Alex Crook talking you through the action here at Wembley today. United have won 5 of their last 6 FA Cup matches against City, most recently a 3-2 win at the Etihad in 2012. They were 3 up by half-time in that game. City's only FA Cup win over United since the mid-50s, back in 2010. Paul Scholes sent off Yaya Toure, scored the winner in the semi-final that year. Headed away by Rodri here towards halfway. De Bruyne trying to help it on, but Varane's got it at the back of United.
Yeah, just at this moment, I'm just starting to see Casemiro, Fred. They got the same expressions that Luka Modric and Toni Kroos had against this City team, where players are coming at them from all angles, people are darting into space, they're connecting the dots, they're finding their passes, and you wonder where it's all coming from. You just can't stop it. And they look a bit like that, United, at the moment. They look a bit like they're just clinging on, and they're praying and hoping that maybe Rashford might turn and run and make something happen, but De Bruyne is finding a lot of room out there.
He very nearly found Haaland there as he leant back and just tried to get his head to a long ball that was pumped forward. Walker brings it under control as United get it upfield. And Rodri can bring it back for Manchester City again. A crossfield ball that just evades Casemiro, who leant forward, couldn't get his head to it. City will work it down the left-hand side here. Grealish finding De Bruyne. De Bruyne really making hay now up against Fred. Fred's won that latest instalment of the battle very well. Turns, wins it cleanly inside his own penalty area, and then as he steps forward, Grealish has fouled him, and it's a free kick that will be taken by United from 15 yards outside their own half.
Yep, he's desperately trying to do that job, Fred. It's not an easy one when De Bruyne starts getting in the zone and starts getting the ball to feet.
United working it over the top, and Ortega is backing off. I think the offside flag would have come up, but he'd gone through towards Marcus Rashford, but the referee has actually said I wasn't ready for it anyway, and I want you to retake the free kick. So it's a United free kick way inside their own half. And Ortega just leaving the ball, and Bruno Fernandes will have to play it all the way back 60 yards inside his own half, so the free kick can be correctly taken this time. You're listening to Manchester City against Manchester United in the FA Cup final. It's live on Talk Sport with Carl, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. 66 on the clock. Manchester City 2, Manchester United 1. Ilkay Gundogan with the 2 City goals, one as early as the 13th second of the game. In between times, Bruno Fernandes converting a disputed penalty after a handball by Jack Grealish, given on the advice of the VAR. Here's Ortega, just side-footing the ball calmly between Bruno Fernandes and Garnacho. And Manchester City are able to motor forward to turn over possession. His contract is up at the end of this season. Just wonder conceivably whether this would be his last Manchester United game. It's 545th for the club. 189 clean sheets he's kept. Wan-Bissaka makes his way forward here for United, flicked on by Sancho, but knocked away by the retreating Akanji. Brought under control in the Manchester United midfield by Casemiro, who will lay back through the centre circle for Victor Lindelof. Lindelof's got Garnacho in space to his left. Lindelof driving forward towards the edge of the penalty area. Bruno Fernandes looks as though he's going to shoot. He set it up for Rashford, and that wasn't too far over the bar. Hit it from the edge of the D, and Ortega very quickly turned his head and looked over his shoulder, knew he was beaten. It's grateful to see it just clear his bar as well.
Best chance United have had. Good football. Victor Lindelof did well, stepped in, supplemented that midfield with the ball at his feet. Eventually, the ball arrives at the feet of Marcus Rashford for the first time in the game. A yard outside the box, right in the middle. On his right foot, hits it hard and true. Diaz can't get there to block, and it's always rising, only just over the bar, but better, much better that.
Now this was something that you and I were talking about before the game, Andy, off air with Rashford, whether the stats held up for him when he was playing through the middle, whether he played in the wide position, and they are almost identical.
They are. Goals return, yep, whether he's up as a 9 or whether he comes off one side, he's still always, this season, has been able to get his goals. How United need him now, more like that. They need to keep him involved. Marcus Rashford, he's always the obvious threat up front. Big responsibility on his shoulders, but he's got to match it, he's got to hack that, he's got to handle that. They must keep giving him the ball.
8 in 16 starts as a centre-forward this season, 15 in 29 coming in off the wing. 7 goals as a sub as well for Rashford in this excellent campaign he's had. It's scored 30 in all competitions, but what he'd give for number 31, what United would give for it. 20 minutes to go. They trail by 2 goals to 1 here on TalkSport. Throw taken by Luke Shaw. Back for Garnacho. Haaland sticking his foot on. He worked back by Silva, way back inside his own half, but plenty of time for Ruben Dias to run round it, bring it under control, and just slow things down, almost inviting Marcus Rashford to come and put some pressure on. Dias returning back to his goalkeeper when Rashford does that. We'll tell you again, calmly side putting the ball forward, and immediately the press as it goes in towards Rodri. He's the man that United do attack when it's worked into his feet. Stones has shown his ability in possession to turn and play through the press, and Rodri maybe a little bit less so.
Yeah, Ortega wrapped one into his feet, and that's what City do. They risk it. Rodri just managed to get that ball away.
Awkward bounce. Haaland will be able to turn and try and get away from Casemiro. Gundogan picks it up. Grealish to his left-hand side is played in. Haaland's in the middle. De Bruyne just for a moment was unmarked on the edge of the penalty area. 71 gone. 2-1 to City. Grealish with an opportunity. First ball is clear. Haaland! Good save, De Gea. And it's put in. But from an offside position. I think Gundogan knew that that wasn't his first senior hat-trick. Good save from De Gea. Got his feet to it. Looked like Gundogan was there. Taps it in. The VAR, of course, will have a look, but Gundogan's reaction suggests that he knew the flag was going to come up.
Yeah, good football though from City, really like that. Went out to Jack Grealish, clever little ball to Gundogan. His ball along the 6-yard line was cut out. And then eventually, when the strike from Erling Haaland comes in, he's a yard offside. Good call.
City 2, Manchester United 1. Clearance from our right, from David De Gea. Slight misjudgment by Kyle Walker. He just bounced down behind him, and Rashford was very quickly on the scene. Walker could clear. Ball forward just sails over the head of Kevin De Bruyne. Back it goes from Fred. Shaw trying to make something happen. Garnacho can. Bruno Fernandes back to the youngster. Here he is, Garnacho! Just wide. Brilliant shape on the shot. It was a great run. They're claiming, I think, with some justification, it took a nick on its way through. It should be a corner. Goal kick has been given. But Garnacho just has almost that glorious naivety of youth.
Yeah.
Just bringing the ball forward there. Opened up his body and he missed by inches.
Oh, he's unlucky. He's unlucky. Does everything right there, Garnacho. They back away for it, United down their left side, and he steps in off the line. Knocks it into Casemiro, gets it back, gets to the edge of the box, and it feels like it's really close. It really does. He has a little look at where Ortega is. Oh, yeah, it's close, all right. Just about a foot wide of that far post.
And Alex Crook down behind that goal would have had the perfect view of it, Crookie.
I tell you what, Jim, it was not far away. It whistled past the post. It whistled past my head. Torel Malacia has just had quite a long pep talk from Erik ten Hag as he warms up. I wonder if another United change is in the offing.
Thank you, Alex Crook. Sports football correspondent is Fred, bringing the ball forward for United, who trailed 2-1. Ball out to the right. Bruno Fernandes playing it in. Rashford was his target. He didn't find him, but he'll get another opportunity and wins the corner, which is United's first of this second half.
Yep, first cross from Bruno was dealt with. Comes straight back out to him. And with that second ball, Gundogan just outstretches a leg and it hits his foot. Goes out for a United corner. Keep it alive. They've got to try and make something of these situations now, United.
So in comes this corner from the Manchester United right. 5 red shirts inside the penalty area. Too high for Garnacho and for Varane. It'll drop down for Luke Shaw. Shaw level with the edge of the box. Plays it back for Fred. Shaw makes his way inside the penalty area. Fred clipping it in. It's cleared and then volleyed away by Kevin De Bruyne towards halfway. 2-1 in the cup final to Manchester City. 16 minutes to go. More live sport for you right now over on TalkSport 2 as well. Magic weekend in the Super League. Catalan 22-8 up against Wigan. And that is live for you right now over on TalkSport 2. 15 minutes left for the FA Cup final. 15 minutes of normal time. Here's Marcus Rashford taking it down towards the byline and then checking back out. Rashford led with the edge of the penalty area. It's laid back towards Casemiro. Casemiro back behind square for Fred. Fred brings it forward. Down towards Rashford again. The ball stops for a moment. Rashford having time to pick out his pass. It goes back for Fred, trying to work it across the edge of the 6-yard box. It was stabbed away by Stones. Rodri did the rest. Casemiro from distance whacked one, and Grealish was so quickly on the scene to close it down. The ball ricocheted off him and back into United territory. Manchester United doing what they can to try and turn the screw and get themselves back into this game.
Best spell of the game for United. Realise they've got to force it, they've got to push. Here comes Garnacho again, just over the halfway line.
And he'll bring it forward now down the inside left channel. Goes for the return ball and gets it. Can he open up, get it onto his right foot again? Garnacho, good sliding challenge from Stones. And the shot might have been effective, but it was cleared. Bruno tries to flick one over the top. That one's cleared as well before it gets to Garnacho. Now headed on towards Sancho, but the referee has given a free kick Manchester City's way, just on the edge of the penalty area.
Well, this second half's really interesting, isn't it, the way it's opened up? City have been so dominant, but you get to the final 15 minutes before we get to the full 90, and they're getting a little bit of space now, United. In behind Man City, you see Garnacho, he's sprung a little bit of life into Manchester United. A couple of little opportunities, a great chance. But that's what they've tried to try and capitalise on. Marcus Rashford getting involved in the game a little bit more now. And they've got to take risks now. They have to take a chance to get to that level.
And Manchester City are making a change. De Bruyne coming off and Foden is coming on.
Yeah, well, they need people to hang on to the ball, to carry it, to take that first touch and keep it and walk it into those wider areas. Now City, no one better than that, than Phil Foden. De Bruyne, very influential, I felt, in the second half. I thought he was the one that kind of really started to apply serious pressure to United. He kept using it intelligently and wisely, but it's a very hot day. Rodri, I don't think I've ever seen him as tired as he is. He really is out on his feet, and it'd be very interesting to see if United can get someone running in that central position at that back four, back three, if they can make something happen.
It looks like he's run the derby as well as played in the derby today, doesn't he? I mean, he's properly blowing Rodri, which you wouldn't associate with him. A little bit of action on the United bench as well. Weghorst is going to be coming on in a moment. Foden on for City, a man who has scored a hat-trick against United this season. We've got 13 minutes to go. Haaland, another of City's hat-trick heroes this season. He's scored 6 of them, one of them coming against United in that 6-3 win. And he's showing for the ball here, or trying to show for the ball here from a Walker throw. He's for a moment got goal side of Lindelof, but only for a moment. Victor Lindelof able to get the ball away. Walker clipping it forward. And Haaland, the ponytailed Norwegian, takes it down towards the corner flag, lays it off to Bernardo Silva. And Silva down by the corner quadrant, tried to buy a corner, couldn't do so. Flicked it in the second time of asking, it was cleared. Now he has it again. Haaland almost able to bring it down brilliantly, and then Silva has caught his compatriot Bruno Fernandes. And it's going to be a free kick which Manchester United will take, and take quickly, level with the edge of their own penalty area. But they were trying to take it too quickly. United will make a change. Sancho off, and here is Wout Weghorst.
Yep. So Weghorst has his qualities, and he's going to go up there just in behind Marcus Rashford. Got to try and get hold of it, and of course when they get it wide he must make sure he is in that box looking to attack it.
Lost a couple of Dutch Cup finals in his days with AZ. Well, Weghorst came off the bench to score a couple of very important goals late on for the Dutch against Argentina in one of the great World Cup games that we brought you live from Qatar back the back end of last year. And will he be able to make an impact off the bench today? Grealish bringing it forward, and Fred has come back and clipped him and gets a yellow card.
Yeah. Jack Grealish deliberately running across the front of Fred's feet. He knows what he's doing there, Grealish. Make no mistake about that. But a little bit of contact. Fred's going in the book. He knows he is. He's made umpteen tackles where he stopped the game. Yeah, he steps across and he just induces that contact, doesn't he, Mick?
Well, it's very clever at it, which is why he's probably one of the most fouled players in the Premier League. He's done it for the last 2 or 3 seasons in a City shirt, and certainly when he's at Aston Villa. Just looking at that changing system of bringing Weghorst on, Andy, I don't know, with having 12-13 minutes left of the game, do you play him as the striker? Because it looks as if he's in behind Marcus, and I don't know if he influences the game more in that position.
And just go big, just go direct, just go long up to him and get something that drops. Yep. We'll see if that happens, but we'll see how that changes.
Well, they need the ball first. Manchester City have taken this free kick. It's a play back for Ilkay Gundogan. Clipped on by Rodri, brought down by Foden, left-hand side of the penalty area, tries to drive a low ball in, hits Wan-Bissaka, bounces back out for Phil Foden again, left-footed ball, has stiffed up towards the far post, half cleared, it's still there, across the face of goal, and no one can get a touch to turn it in and win the cup for City.
Oh, great play from Phil Foden, kept it alive down the left, stood the cross up to the far post, eventually arrives at Bernardo Silva's feet, it's just on the right side, and the shot isn't accurate enough.
Well, the last time the two sides met, it was just about this stage that Manchester United got the equalising goal before going on to win it. It was Bruno with the equaliser and Rashford with the winner on that occasion back in January. And Manchester United looking for a late equaliser in this game again. 10 minutes to go. That's a little bit of time to be added on. Not as much as we saw in terms of stoppages in the second half as there was in the first. Ortega spotted the ball down. No thoughts of playing out from the back this time. The City fans that you can hear. And the ball will be cleared away to our left-hand side by Ortega. Mickey?
Yeah, just as we were looking at Ortega taking too much time there, Jim, I think he was given a yellow card by Paul Tierney.
First shown to City player Wan-Bissaka and Fred are in the book for United. Foden has just been fouled by Fred. Picks himself up and looks very disdainfully at Fred as he walks past him, and just a few words between them, and then a good-natured hug. Foden knowing that he's won that instalment of the battle. Gundogan will go across and stand over this free kick, but then he will walk away. So to Bernardo Silva. Phil Foden to come across and take it. Manchester City leading Manchester United by 2-1. They're so adept of being able to see games out when they've had an advantage. 80% of their games this season in which they have led, they have held on to win. Foden taking this free kick short. Bernardo Silva back to him. As Ilkay Gundogan gets towards the byline, but the ball beats him to it. City made a bit of a meal of that. Goes out of play for a goal kick. It'll be taken by De Gea.
Well, that's the one person you don't want to have the ball now, David De Gea, because he can transfer it, although he's decided to play it short. But as Mickey said, that Weghorst change is there for a purpose. Now we've got to see it. What's left of the game, ball's just knocked into his feet, and unfortunately he's come from an offside position to get it.
And another change is going to be made here by United, and they're going to take Lindelof off and bring Scott McTominay on. So Manchester City, as things stand right now, 8 minutes away from leg 2 of the treble. Will they be able to complete it? The treble chance coming in Istanbul this Saturday. It's a massive week in the Champions League and the Conference League as well. We've got preview shows from Istanbul Friday night ahead of the final on Saturday. You can hear it all on TalkSport. City taking the free kick into the feet of Haaland. Haaland to Stones, back for Haaland again. Haaland making his way forward, trying to get himself into a shooting position, and then it was cleared into him by Varane, ricocheted off him, and went wide of the post. It could have gone anywhere. De Gea stood no chance there. It could have been 3-1. As it is, it's a goal kick.
Do you know what I love about Erling Haaland, right? When he turns, when he gets the ball and turns, and all of a sudden he sees that goal, he's like... It like energises him. All of a sudden he looks like he's getting across the ground a yard faster than anywhere else on the pitch. And he's very unlucky there. Really good run, powerful run. He just couldn't get that shot away.
Weghorst helping it on there. And Kyle Walker knew that he had to try and play it with Garnacho putting the pressure on, and he stopped it going out of play for what might have been a corner, but it is a throw. Garnacho with it. It's been lively since coming on. Rodri knocks it away towards halfway. Ball brought down under control again by Varane. sensational Women's Champions League final this afternoon in Eindhoven, where Barcelona were 2-0 down and have come back. They lead 3-2 against Wolfsburg in that game. Manchester United hoping to come back from 1-0 and 2-1 down against Manchester City to win this, but not too many attempts. Garnacho had that one that whistled past the post, but we haven't seen too many attempts from Manchester United in this second half. City in control, leading by 2-1. If you're a United fan, I would imagine that clock is ticking down pretty quickly for you. It's in the 85th minute now here on TalkSport.
Yeah, Scott McTominay coming on means that Varane is back there pretty much on his own as a central defender. He's got Wan-Bissaka and Luke Shaw either side of him. United kind of man for man on everybody in the middle of the park. They've got to track and stay with those runners. Otherwise, City will add to their tally.
Well, Leeds must have guessed from a United perspective they've just got to gamble. Just got to try and create something. Weghorst, good ball forward from him to McTominay. He finds Rashford. Bruno Fernandes to his right. He couldn't find him. United recycling down towards Garnacho, bottom left-hand corner of the area. Rashford tried to take it on. Rodri should be able to get it away. United have a player down, hurt inside the box. Rashford getting back to his feet. Play goes on around him. Garnacho getting towards the bylines. Really good defending. Flick off Garnacho and out of play for a goal kick to Manchester City. And Rashford right in front of you, Alex Crook. Looks as though he's going to be okay.
I think he's just run out of energy, Jim. To be honest, it is a really hot day. You mentioned it with Rodri already. There's a lot of tired players out there. Maybe some tired supporters as well. Erik ten Hag, a couple of minutes ago, visibly trying to whip up these Manchester United fans behind me for one last effort. I suggest it's not just the fans in red who need one last effort for these final 4 minutes plus stoppage time.
And Pep Guardiola in the deep conversation as well with Rodolfo Barral and also Carlos Vicens, his coaching staff, putting their thoughts about what might need to be done over the last few minutes. Garnacho trying to roll Walker, who caught him, and it's a free kick to Manchester United, and Pep wants to make a change, and he's going to be calling Nathan Ake on the look of it, Andy.
Yeah, looks like it. I think that's a wise move. I do. Just think you want as much energy out there now. You've just got to get people to block, and United are going to go that bit longer. They are going to throw caution to the wind, of course. You've just got to have people who've got the energy to get round that second ball and pick it up.
As soon as he saw that free kick conceded, Pep turned to the bench and told Ake to ready himself. He made his comeback from a hamstring injury on Sunday, and he'll be on very shortly. United will be able to bring the ball forward here. It's laid off towards the edge of the box. Rashford, again, after trying to set up McTominay, just limped away for a moment. Goes back out towards Bruno Fernandes. Fred with an opportunity to try and deliver. Can take a second touch. It comes for Rashford. Rashford playing the way that he's facing, lays it back for Shaw. United trailing 2-1. Desperately searching an equaliser to take this to extra time. Time very much against them. We're in the 88th minute here at Wembley. Left-footed ball swung inside the area. Just too heavy for Casemiro. Manchester City fans that cheer as it beats everybody and goes out of play for a goal kick. Manchester City very nearly there. They lead 2-1 with 87 gone.
Well, time is definitely running out, and Marcus Rashford's limping around at the edge of the 18-yard area D, Jim. He's pretty much finished, and a couple of times the ball's went into his feet. He's looking across to the technical area now. He's got nothing left. He's took a kick on that ankle, because that's a decent ball in from Bruno Fernandes late on in this game, but Marcus just couldn't move to get on the end of it.
City minutes away from the double and a week away from the treble as things stand right now. We'll find out together whether they do it. They hold on here. They've got that treble chance. Manchester City against Inter Milan in the Champions League final Saturday night, 8 o'clock kickoff. The big preview live from Istanbul on Friday, and our coverage starts from 6 Saturday. Haaland going up for a long ball that's played forward. Shaw's run it. Shaw playing it forward towards Garnacho. And still, City haven't been able to bring Ake on as yet. Shaw clipping one through the midfield. Akanji's there first. An excellent first season he's had in Manchester City blue. Laid off by Grealish. Akanji playing it forward. Lovely ball between the lines. Ilkay Gundogan still with a chance potentially to emulate Stan Mortensen and score a hat-trick in an FA Cup final. He's brought it back here and almost able to get it onto the feet of Foden. United get it away, last-ditch defending, ball out of play for a throw, and now City can make the change and bring Ake on.
Great play. Ilkay Gundogan, how good is he at just popping up in those right areas at the crucial time. Again, he gets into a really dangerous position, receives a clever ball from Jack Grealish. And Luke Shaw, so I beg your pardon, Jim, Luke Shaw it is, who just makes a big challenge there.
Sorry, Andy, to cut across you, Grealish, the man that is coming on. And Ake has come on to replace him. Grealish leading the field on the far side. What an ovation he's getting as he makes his way down behind De Gea's goal from those Manchester City fans at that end of the ground. We're in the 90th minute of the game. It's Manchester City 2, Manchester United 1. Haaland stretching on the edge of the penalty area. Varane's going to be able to clear, just playing it forward into space, and United still looking tired. Pep not happy, appeals for a handball. Fernandes playing it forward, and they've got a free kick, United, after a foul on Wan-Bissaka on the right-hand side as we prepare to tick into stoppage time.
And the things that with Thomas, Fernandes, who's taking it inside his own half. This is being loaded up into the box.
4 minutes of added time. Ball played in, too high for Weghorst. Half cleared. McTominay trying to help it back into the fray. That's cleared as well. One back by Fred. Garnacho, edge of the penalty area. Left-footed ball in towards the penalty spot. City defending mop-handedly, get it half clear. Garnacho there ahead of Silva to play back in. Haaland's back defending and deals with a Fred cross, and then Manchester City will be able to whack it away high up in the air. Foden trying to bring it down. Fernandes can bring it down, and then Shaw will play it forward, and he got caught on halfway by Foden, and it's a free kick to Manchester United near the end of the first of 4 additional minutes.
Just for United, just keep putting it in the box now. Garnacho's look really dangerous. Whenever the ball arrives at his feet, you just sense something might happen with this young man. He's got the confidence and the skill to take the ball in tight areas, but they're just going to put it in the box from distance, and they've got to fight for that second ball.
They worked it short, Fernandes playing it forward. On towards Garnacho. Played in by Luke Shaw. Heads go after it inside the penalty area. Varane trying to bundle it towards goal. It's come off the top of the bar. Back into McTominay. And then Ortega gets a hand to help it on its way onto the roof of the net. United inches away from an equalising goal.
Oh, incredible. Incredible scramble right in the middle of the box. Eventually, the ball comes out. I'm not sure whether it was McTominay or Weghorst. The ball was helped in by Luke Shaw. It's kept alive in the box. Ortega comes out, doesn't get it. John Stones jumps to try and head it, but it hits the bar. Comes back out, and from 3 yards, it looks like Scott McTominay got his head on it and just couldn't keep it down.
They get a corner in the 92nd minute of the game. This might be the chance for Manchester United. Can City repel it? Can United score to take this to extra time? 2-1 to City. It'll be in the 93rd minute by the time it's taken. It's a right-footed away swinging delivery. McTominay going up for it. It beat him, didn't fall as far as Rashford. Cleared out for Shaw. Shaw on the left-hand side of the area. Good turn from him. Comes down towards the touchline. Garnacho's been very lively since coming on, making a great passing angle. Left-footed ball chipped over the top. It's too long for Ake, and will beat everybody and go out of play for a Manchester City throw. And City are 90 seconds away from doing the double.
Oh, that's relief for City there. Again, Garnacho has made a difference. He's done exactly what Ten Hag wanted from him. To run at Kyle Walker, to take him on, to get to the byline, to stand something up. I've just seen an almighty scramble there, honestly, we really did. And McTominay was who just couldn't keep it down under the crossbar.
And Alex Crook pitch side again with the perfect view of that, so close to a United equaliser.
I think he should score, Jim. McTominay, point blank range. Maybe you could defend him and say perhaps he was almost too close to squeeze it underneath the crossbar, but that's a huge chance for Manchester United. There's a City player down inside the penalty area. Garnacho watching on. United fans still in good voice. I think they appreciate the effort their team have given in this second half. Ten Hag applauding the United fans. In the end, looks like they're going to fall just short.
Crookie, I'm on the same page. I think McTominay has to score there. I know it's late in the game and he's not lethal from that position, we know that, but you've just got to guide it, keep it below the crossbar. As they keep it alive, I think it's Varane with the challenge initially that bounces off the crossbar. The talk about chances at the end of 90 minutes, that was it.
You're not missing anything. Walker down receiving treatment inside his own penalty area is seemingly going to be okay. Play's going to resume with a Manchester City throw over on the far touchline. There still should be about 70 seconds or so left to play once we resume. City are going to make another change. Laporte is going to come on, and he will replace Walker. So Walker's just picked up a knock at this stage of the game. 20 seconds remaining, no point in taking any risk whatsoever. Get some fresh legs on. So Laporte on for Walker. So City are defending mob-handedly for the time that remains. The 4 additional minutes that were prescribed are now up, but probably, as I mentioned, just over a minute to go. Throw taken up the Manchester City left. Looking for Haaland. Couldn't get to it. City win the second ball. Haaland will gallop forward, and he might have the pace here to be able to get to it before Varane, and he'll take it down towards the corner flag, just keeping it out of harm's way is what Pep Guardiola's ordered, and then he briskly hits it in left-footed straight into Varane, and out of play for a corner, and that should be that.
Great play. The amount of goals he scored, whenever he's released, you expect him to go straight towards the goal, but sensibly he goes towards the corner flag, and as the United come to close him down, he just turns around and clips it against the red shirt, and it goes out for a corner on the far side, which is so precious to you, with a lead with seconds left.
They take the corner short, try and run some more seconds off the clock. Varane is going to be able to clear for Manchester United, but in doing so it goes over the line and out of play for a throw that will be taken over on that Manchester City left-hand side. 5.5 extra minutes have been played. Only seconds remaining now. Throw taken by Ake. United still desperately trying to win possession back to get it out of their own half of the field. Headed back by Stones on halfway. Half and under from Bruno Fernandes. They'll chase after it. Akanji with a little cushion defensive header will find his goalkeeper, and Ortega controls it, waits for Garnacho to come towards him, picks it up, and that is it. There is no stopping them. Manchester City clinched the double, and the treble is 1 win away. United unable to defy the odds or deny the neighbours. At the end of a frantic season, the most breathtaking of starts. Ilkay Gundogan's goal just 13 seconds in the platform for Manchester City. And although a controversial penalty got United back on level terms, Gundogan struck again early in the second half. His double clinches the double. The most extraordinary Manchester derby has been won by City. They've won the league, they've won the FA Cup. Next stop, Istanbul, where they might emulate Manchester United's treble-winning side of 1999. It's on the cards. They're 90 minutes away from the treble. United couldn't stop them here. City have beaten them and won the FA Cup.
7th time Manchester City have done it. Big handshakes, big hugs between Guardiola and Eric Ten Hag right at the end of the game, just as the full-time whistle blow. Mutual respect there. And the fact is that Manchester United, as we've seen all season, are not as good as Manchester City, and so the City players are all in a huddle. Some of the staff have come on, a lot of the subs have come on, some of the unused ones, they're right in a circle, dancing around, out on the pitch. Ortega's in there, Edison's gone in there, they are loving it. If you think the FA Cup doesn't mean anything, think again. Guardiola's joined in, arms around Haaland as they go over to the City fans, leaping in the air, punching the air. Good. Right at commentary on Saturday night, but for the moment they're going to soak this in. The City flags are flying blue and white. They are loving the success, and the players are loving it as well. And you know what, I think Manchester United pretty much gave their all in this, but just weren't up to the standard required to be a match, or even more than a match, for Manchester City. And it's 2 goals from the captain, Ilkay Gundogan, that have given Manchester City this FA Cup in the first ever Manchester derby final. There was a lot of hype before the game, but I think over the course of the 90 minutes it's lived up to it. But Andy Townsend, see the City players celebrating, Haaland leaping 10 feet into the air and punching the air as well as he went over to the City fans. That's what it means.
Yes, that is absolutely what it means. They realise they're creating their own headlines, their own legacy, and it's the second instalment is now in the back pocket They've got a big week ahead of them, and I'm sure they'll get stuck into that at the right time. But the here and now, quite rightly, on this brilliant day, this FA Cup final day. It's been so lovely to be back here on a 3 o'clock kickoff. We've had a lot of drama. We haven't had the best football match. It's not been like that, but there's been so much to watch, so much to talk about. We got the right result, Abe. The best team won this.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. I have to agree with that. And yet, listen, we've seen better quality from City at times during the season. I get that. And at times they're on the back foot. And if you think Mickey Gray, Erling Haaland, he hasn't scored. He's 1 in 7 now. He's gone. Let's see what he does in the Champions League final. But actually, more impact in his own box. He did some major defending at set pieces for City.
He did. He certainly played his part for his team, Adrian. I think that's 2 now appearances at Wembley without a goal. But he won't care. As Andy touched on there, that's 2 in the bag, the Premier League and now the FA Cup final. And you saw his celebration running across to the Manchester City supporters at the end there. That's how much it means to these players and how much they want this. And I think they just wanted it a little bit more than Manchester United today. I think you could see that from that first minute. After 12 seconds, taking the lead with an incredible goal. And they never let up. Whenever Man United got any space and time, they were around them, they surrounded them in packs, started to win the ball back. They just knew that they needed enough to get this job done today. Well, they certainly did that in the second half of Gundogan's second goal.
Proper fire drill in the United end. The players are over there in that half of the pitch, applauding their fans, the ones that have remained. But you're just getting a flavour when you look at the United fans that are left in the stadium. You look at the United players. Bruno Fernandes absolutely downcast. I think they've realised it's a double defeat for them. They've lost the FA Cup final. They've also blown the opportunity to stop City emulating their treble. That's got to hurt, Andy.
Yeah, of course it will. That's going to disappoint them. But they never really quite got going enough. They never. I mentioned they didn't have to play well, but they needed to have a spell, and they needed to give their fans the feeling that they might be able to just get back in and win this. Every time Garnacho got it when he come on, I could see potentially something happening, but too many of them, particularly in the middle of the park. Bruno, Eriksson, never saw them with the ball at their feet enough. What we did see was Gundogan popping up with the ball. We saw De Bruyne with the ball, and they're better players. City's better players, I think, made the difference today.
But I'd also say, Mickey, and you've watched this Man United side a lot this season, I think United fans have every right to expect more from Sancho, even more from Rashford, who's probably had a golden, 3 months this season. He's got to do it over the course of a whole season. They've every right to expect more from their players.
With the quality that they've got, Adrian, and where they want to be, there's no doubt about it. You have to perform every single week. We've heard that from Erik ten Hag on numerous occasions. It's not just about performing once and then having a couple of weeks off. You have got to do it every single week. You're playing for Manchester United. And if they switch off, when this squad starts to get bigger and better, that's when those players will get an opportunity. And the players that get left out, they'll get left behind. That's what happens in the Premier League.
It does. Liam Gallagher celebrates, arms aloft in the stands. The hospitality bit, anyway. The City players are still out there dancing with their fans as well. I mean, the look on Guardiola's face, he's so happy to have won the trophy. I mean, this means the world, not just to the players, but to the fans, the staff, and the manager as well. Think about what Guardiola's won in his career. 6 titles in his first season at Barcelona. He's already won a couple of Champions Leagues, won titles in England, Spain, and Germany. And now he's won his 2nd FA Cup, and it looks like it's the first trophy he's ever won.
Yeah, I mean, actually watching him today, because obviously those technical areas right below us, when you watch him, every time a loose pass goes astray, he literally was dropping to his knees and thumping the floor, thumping the ground.
He's living it all, isn't he?
Yeah, and then he's bouncing back up and he's yelling and screaming, and then in the next minute he's clapping, applauding, thumbs up, well done, making sure that everybody is switched on and alive. He really is. Every time an opportunity to pass the ball forward isn't taken, he reminds that player, why didn't you go forward with it? Why didn't you pass it forward when perhaps they should have? And I just think he's such an incredible coach, and we're so lucky, so lucky to have him here.
And you know what, Mickey, I think there was a brave decision from Guardiola, like 60 or 70 minutes in, when he took De Bruyne off, and maybe he's not 100% fit. I don't think he's been 100% fit all season, Kevin De Bruyne. He was still having an impact, he was drawing players, they wanted to man-mark him, but he was having a big impact, I think, in at least taking United players out of the equation, but also trying to make things happen for Manchester City as well. At 2-1 up, I think it's a bold decision to take him off and bring Phil Foden on. I love Phil Foden, but I think that's a bold decision, but it keeps him fresh for next week as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He had such an impact in that second half, Kevin De Bruyne, didn't he? I mean, we were talking about it in the comms. They tried to man-mark him with Fred, but he couldn't get anywhere near him. And that just shows how good Kevin De Bruyne is. He's clever with his brain, but he's also clever with his feet. And he looked out on his feet. Look, we talked about how hot it was going to be out there today. Well, certainly he proved that he was absolutely shattered, gave absolutely everything, as Rodri did. But what a performance. I was going to touch on this, Adrian, in the game. John Stones, what a performance.
Unbelievable, Mick.
He was unbelievable.
He was so good, he was. You're absolutely right. I mean, look, Gundogan quite rightly will get the man of the match for 2 goals, and ultimately his goals define this game that we've just witnessed. But I thought De Bruyne was terrific, but John Stones, look, he's no longer just doing a job in there, as I mentioned in commentary.
The drag back at the edge of the 18th.
He's an accomplished deep line central midfield player with all the awareness that you need. He was excellent today. He was really, really good.
Yeah, but when you think a couple of years ago, people are wondering, John Stones, should he be in the England squad? He doesn't get a game for Man City. He's got a future at Man City. And now, I think he is man of the match, by the way. I don't care about the goals. Centre-back, full-back, centre-mid, not just a jack of all trades. He's a master of all trades. As well, he can pass the ball on a sixpence. He's one of England's very best players right now.
Absolutely right. He is. He was truly outstanding today. I love watching Manchester City. I love what they do. United, you're right. They didn't give it up. Of course, they kept going. They were shell shocked, stunned to go behind in 13 seconds, and got back into the game. And you wonder there, are they going to pick it up? Are they going to be the team to emerge second half? It didn't happen. They never really got going at the start of the second half, and it was City that gradually started to wear them down and leave you feeling that a goal was imminent.
Well, the United players make their way up the steps to get their losers' medals. Bruno Fernandes, followed by Harry Maguire, Marcus Rashford, who looked flat out by the end. Christian Eriksen got taken off, didn't have the impact he wanted. De Gea, question marks over him for the winning goal without any doubt, as the rest of the Manchester United players, Luke Shaw, Jadon Sancho, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Freds, and the rest all make their way up those steps. There's quite a few of those that got some serious winners' medals in their career. Rafael Varane just goes past, but they're going to have to add a loser's medal to that number as well. De Gea, I think questions will be asked, Mickey Gray. It bobbled in, the winning goal, really, didn't it?
I mean, I couldn't believe it. The angle that it went in, how slowly David De Gea reacted over to his right-hand side. Look, late on in the game, he made a wonderful save from Erling Haaland down to his feet. But we've seen that. But it's the mistakes that are certainly happening more and more and more. And I just wonder, Adrian, the way that Erik ten Hag wants Manchester United to play, moving forward, if David De Gea has played his last game for Manchester United.
Possibly. You may possibly be right. I tell you what's got to be heartbreaking for some of those United players. After they picked up their losers' medals, they're shaking hands with David Gill, Sir Alex Ferguson, and then one of the Glazers. I mean, it's honestly, I mean, the United fans looking at that just tells the story in itself, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it's Sir Jim Ratcliffe in the line behind him, is El Nassim in the line. We just don't know what's happening off the field with Manchester United. Look, it's been a really successful season for them. I know they're disappointed because they've lost the FA Cup to their local rivals, Manchester City. But they've got one trophy in the bag. They're in Champions League. I think it's something certainly to move forward with.
Let's go pitch side with TalkSport's Alex Crook.
Fair to say that John Stones, a man of the match contender, is enjoying the celebrations. Double fist pump to the Manchester City fans behind me, and then a handshake from Sean Wright-Phillips, a former FA Cup winner with City, and Dimitar Berbatov and Nani, two United legends as well.
Yeah, the City players are still on the pitch. The Manchester United players have made their way back down after picking up their losers' medals. Eric Ten Hag just coming down the steps away to our right as we speak. We're waiting for City to make their way up the steps, but yeah, questions will be asked of David De Gea. Ortega, in the City goal, didn't concede from open play in the FA Cup this season. Bruno's penalty, the only one he conceded on the run, looked good with his feet. We were talking about him before the game. I think that that's a contest that Pep's got to think hard about over the summer, Ederson or Ortega.
Absolutely, and I think that's what Pep wants. He wants competition for places. He doesn't want Ederson just to know that he's going to be playing every single week, albeit he's an outstanding goalkeeper himself. But this is Manchester City, Adrian. You know, if something happens to Ederson, they know they can rely on Ortega to come into that starting 11, and you don't even feel it. Where I look at Manchester United, when there's 2 or 3 players missing for them, Casemiro, for instance, when he was missing for 4 or 5 games with his red cards, you missed him. You don't see that with his squad of Manchester City, and that's what Man United have got to kind of emulate. They've got to try and catch up over the next couple of transfer windows.
They have. Just looking at 1 or 2 others as City make their way towards the steps to come up and collect that famous old trophy, the Football Association Cup, the FA Cup. A word on Gundogan, Andy Townsend. It could be his penultimate game for City. The Champions League final might be his final game for the club. Let's see if he hangs around or goes in the summer. Captain fantastic, and a goal machine as well. Who knew?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he's such an intelligent footballer, such a smart player, and he's just got this knack, this ability to get into good areas and the ball arrives and he can finish left foot, right foot. The first goal today was stunning. The second one was speculative, really, and it's found its way through a gap, but he still had to hit it. He still had to have the courage, the conviction to go after it. He's going to be a miss. He's going to take some replacing, because if he does go, because he's just got that top player mentality, what I like about him. No matter who he's playing against, what team he's up against, he always seems to be able to perform and drag the best out.
Am I allowed to criticise Pep? He's wearing a hoodie. Come on, it's FA Cup final day. It's at least a shirt and a jacket, my friend, but he won't care. He's won the cup and they're going up to collect it. And let's hear that trophy lift from your commentator, Jim Proudfoot.
So it's Manchester City's day. United denied Everton the double in 85 and Liverpool the treble in 77, but there was no denying Manchester City today. 732 teams set out on the road to Wembley. First ties played back on August the 5th. Victorious night for the likes of Market Drayton, Seaham Red Star and Baffin's Milton Rovers. What a journey it's been. History for the likes of non-league Old Church and Chippenham, for Wrexham, who came within seconds of beating 2 of the Championship's top 6. For Stevenage, who won at Villa. The remarkable run to the quarters of Grimsby Town. Captivating storylines confirming this great competition's return to the rudest of hell. But one by one, the vanquished have departed, leaving only one to take the famous walk up the Wembley steps, their ribbons adorning the oldest trophy in the game. And those ribbons are blue, because one side has stood out through the 731 ties, impervious to shock. Manchester City, the last one standing, their name inscribed on the cup for a 7th time, but the circumstances have surely never been sweeter than this. Derby Day was their day, vanquishing the old foe to complete the league and cup double for the 2nd time in 4 years, and setting up their treble chance in Istanbul next weekend. The noisy neighbours on song have never been louder, and those City players have filed past us from where they've turned, walked up another flight of stairs, making their way along past the FA Cup. Rico Lewis didn't play today, but has had a part to play in this FA Cup run, receiving his medal. Ilkay Gundogan standing, waiting, the man that will be lifting the trophy in a moment. Now shaking the hands of the dignitaries, looking at the cup, just 3-4 feet away. Pep turns, kisses the medal. It means so much for him. His 28th major trophy, his 10th with Manchester City. And he'll be hoping that numbers 29 and 11, the sweetest of the lot, is now just a week away. Gundogan shakes the hands of Prince William, and stands and turns and takes centre stage. 2 down, 1 to go. The double is done. The treble chance lives on. And how fitting that it's 2-goal Ilkay Gundogan who will lift the famous trophy to the Wembley sky. The winners of the 2023 FA Cup are Manchester City. A ticker tape welcome for them. Pictures of delight. Gundogan with Edison with his arm around his shoulder, dancing up and down, lifting that cup, bringing it down to his mouth, kissing it, and then lifting it back up again before passing it down the line. Manchester City, worthy winners of the Premier League, worthy winners of the FA Cup, and dreaming now of what Istanbul might bring.
Only Inter Milan can stop them now, and that's next week live on TalkSport. Friday night we'll have a show from Istanbul. You'll be able to see loads of stuff on our social media platforms, on Twitter and on YouTube and Facebook as well. But those City players are soaking up the glory right now and loving the fact they've won the FA Cup. Make no mistake, the FA Cup is well and truly back. Manchester City have won 5 Premier League titles out of 6. They've already won it this season, and here they are loving the fact that they've won the FA Cup. And why not? Jack Grealish kisses the cup, lifts it high in the air. He was teasing and tormenting Aaron Wan-Bissaka all afternoon on that City left. No goals for Haaland again, but he lifts it high. To the City fans, they absolutely adore the big blonde Norwegian, the one they call the striking Viking. A kanji cost 15 million quid. It's ridiculous. First season, he's all set for a treble. He's already got a double. Not quite the season that Calvin Phillips expected. A lot of injuries in his way, but he's lifted the trophy too. So too, John Stones, one of the players of the season. I suppose with all the goals Haaland scored, nobody else was going to get a mention, were they? Diaz as well, and Bernardo Silva at the end of the line before. And we'll wait for it. The manager still all smiles. Pep Guardiola lifting the FA Cup trophy. Big kiss. Like a big French kiss for the FA Cup. He loves it that much. We're going to be getting reaction from here at Wembley very shortly. Alex Crook is down there. He'll be speaking to winners and losers on FA Cup final day on TalkSport. And the phone-in is coming your way very shortly. Dean Saunders and Darren Bent will be taking your calls in around about 15 minutes' time. 03717 223344.
Are you tired of uninteresting, uninformed conversations posing as podcasts? I'm Simon Jordan, and up front with William Hill challenge the biggest names in sport.
He is obviously not a leader. It's as plain as the nose on the end of your face.
There's your queen. It's all very well when she's talking about it, but when someone else is trying to justify it, you don't want to know.
I've done my studying into boxing, the dangers and what can happen. Yeah. 1.1 million punches have been punched in the head.
For a show that cuts through the nonsense and gets straight to the point, search for Upfront on Spotify and YouTube.
At Mazuma, we love to give new life to your old or broken devices. From phones, tablets, consoles, smartwatches to laptops. Trade them in for cash at Mazuma and we'll pay you the same day. And if you're looking for something new, check out the buy section of our website, where we offer a 13-month warranty on all devices.
Get money for your old phone, MazumaMobile.com.
Same-day payment does not apply to orders received after 2 p.m.
Want round-the-clock free football news? Get the TalkSport Edge. Live scores and big-name interviews? Get the TalkSport Edge. From transfer fees to injuries? Get the TalkSport Edge. There's even live text commentaries. It's all on TalkSport Edge.
TalkSport Edge is the free football fan app that keeps you a giant step ahead of your mates. Get the ultimate edge on everything football, first, fast, and for free.
TalkSport Edge. Download it from the App Store now.
iOS 13 and above only. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. GambleAware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on your mobile and on your smart speaker.
TalkSport. On AM, on DAB, on the app and on your smart speaker.
It's in the goal!
The FA Cup final. Manchester City versus Manchester United.
Live from Wembley
on TalkSport.
You're with TalkSport live at Wembley for the FA Cup final, which Manchester City have just won. They beat United by 2 goals to 1. The City players on the pitch with their photos being taken in the group with the cup as well. Ruben Dias brought it down to pitch sides, and they're out there now celebrating the moments. We'll bring you some reaction with Alex Crook very shortly. There have been some wonderful FA Cup final memories down the years. Alan Sunderland's late goal 79, Gazza's crazy challenges, less of a wonderful memory. Jim Montgomery's save in 73, Trevor Brookings' header, Ian Rush knocking over the camera in the goal, Gerrard's thunderbolt in 06, Whiteside's winner, Houchin's header, Tielemans' top corner, Ben Watson for Wigan. Add to that now Ilkay Gundogan's quickest ever FA Cup final goal, and not happy just to make history with that, he's gone on to score the winner as well. Manchester City 2, VAR 1. You could say Andy Townsend, but thank goodness we're not talking about the controversial decision that led to Manchester United's equaliser. We could talk about Man City deserving to win.
No, absolutely right. Look, City were the better team. They did deserve it. I don't think anybody has any complaints. I think you can just tell from the reaction of the United lads. I think, yes, they gave their all. Hot day out there, as we mentioned, tough conditions, but City are a superior side. City are the benchmark for any coach right now. Ten Hag will look at that team and think, I've got to do something special. I've got to make significant improvements if we're going to claw that not in next season. You know, he really has. So United have come a fair way this season. They've travelled in the right direction. There is no question about that. But City are a supreme football team. They really are. And I'm already looking forward so much to next weekend.
Well, United have travelled, but that's a long road they've still got to travel as well. Let's go pitch side with TalkSport's Alex Crook. What's it like down there, Crookie?
Scenes of utter jubilation for Manchester City. They've just posed in front of the winners 2023 banner that's been hastily erected. There were pyrotechnics going off behind them. Jack Grealish went a bit early with the champagne. He was spraying his teammates before they were ready to pose for photographs. And Ederson, who of course hasn't played in this FA Cup final, he was wandering around with the top of the trophy on his head. John Stones just come back and spotted someone he knows in the crowd and put 2 fingers in the air. 2 trophies in the bag, of course, 1 more to come, but at the moment they're not focusing on that Champions League final live on TalkSport. They are enjoying these celebrations. So too are the Manchester City faithful all around me now on this right-hand side of Wembley Stadium.
They are, not one of them has left, whereas the United end is virtually completely empty, as you would expect. They do not want to watch Manchester City celebrating winning that FA Cup as Haaland lifts it to the City fans in the crowds. And we've gone through a lot of the players today, and a few others to mention as well. Bernardo Silva, who maybe wasn't as impactful today, Mickey Gray, as he has been throughout the course of the season, but compared to Messi in the second half of the season, Bernardo Silva, he has been brilliant.
But he does his job for the team, Adrian. You know, he knows he can't be the superstar every single week, and if there's a job that he needs to do and he doesn't grab the limelight, he's not bothered. And I think that goes throughout the whole of this Man City team. Look, we've talked about Erling Haaland so many times this season, 36 Premier League goals, 52 goals. He's just absolutely off the charts. But Bernardo Silva, whenever I interview him at the training ground or whenever I do post-match interviews, they're all so humble, as if they expect to win, but then they know in 2 or 3 days' time they've got to do exactly the same again. They're not bothered about being a superstar. There's not one individual superstar. Even Erling Haaland, you know, all the goals that he's got, but then you see him around the place and you see him joking and having a laugh with Jack Grealish and a couple of other teammates. It's just what they do. You never hear anything about them off the pitch. Yeah, maybe once or twice, a couple of silly things, but it's all about what's in that dressing room, the camaraderie and what is going on. Look, I've written a few things down here. Look. They're just a well-oiled machine. They really are. And it's a wake-up call, this, for everybody else in the Premier League, because they're raising their bar and everybody else is already playing catch-up. So good luck in the summer or whatever you're going to go out, whoever you're going to buy. That's the level that you've got to get to now under Pep Guardiola, and the way that this Manchester City side is set up and the way they play every single week. It is just a winning machine.
That's true, but Andy Townsend, how far off say, were Arsenal. If they hadn't had that blip towards the end against some sides you'd have expected them to beat, they probably could and should have won the Premier League title. So a City that far and away ahead of everybody.
I do believe they are. I think this season Haaland's goals have been incredible, but at the start of the season I don't think they'd still worked out the best way to utilise him, even though he was amongst the goals pretty much every week. I always felt there was more to come. As the season has progressed, they've got more out of the centre forward. He's got involved in matches more. Today he had that one chance actually, but Gundogan was offside. Didn't have too many opportunities, but what they have done as a team, when those big games have come along, they've really stepped up this season. When there's been a test at the weekend, or when there's been a big Champions League coming on a Wednesday night, they've found a big performance, a big game. And I think they've learned a lot from the hurt, obviously, of Madrid last season. But this time round, whenever those big games have come along, they've really, to a man, stepped up and looked like a team that could hack it and really go and handle it.
Talk about the treble, Mickey Gray. One more step to go.
Yeah.
Next week in Istanbul, a Friday night show on TalkSport live from Turkey, and then the game itself. You can just check out all our social media platforms: YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. There'll be loads of content from Turkey throughout the course of the week and building up to the game itself. But what an opportunity for Manchester City!
Well, it's not going to get any better. The way that they're playing at the moment, they've ticked 2 off already, and it's down to that Champions League game against Inter Milan. They've worked ever so hard to get to the final. You just look at some of the teams that they've had to play. They've not done it the easy way. Bayern Munich, Real Madrid. But I think the hardest game was against Manchester United today. They'll go into that game next weekend thinking that the treble is on. It is just absolutely incredible. And who's here to say that they don't deserve it? We've been saying for years they're the best team in Europe without winning the European Champions League. Well, they've got a massive opportunity of picking that trophy up. The big ears, if you want to call it that. And I just can't see past them. I really can't.
No, they're such a gifted group, and they've got all the right credentials. Guardiola drives them. He demands from them. They supply that in return, and they're now getting used to handling being the very best team that there is out there, the team that everyone would want to come and play for, the coach that everyone would love to come and work with. That's what Manchester City are, and I applaud everything they do, the way they go about it. Their fans have been excellent today. We've had a great day. The atmosphere inside Wembley Stadium was brilliant from the second we got here today, and it built up to a crescendo around kick-off. We had that just explosive start, and then the big controversy in that first 45, the penalty decision. So the game never let us down, the occasion never let us down, but the best team have got that trophy in their hands now.
Andy Townsend, Mickey Gray, thank you very much. What a privilege to be here for TalkSport this afternoon at Wembley. Our reaction coming up after City took the trophy. If anyone thought it could be an occasion with all the build-up and no excitement, well, City taking the lead with the quickest ever FA Cup final goal proved them wrong. VAR then took centre stage as United equalised with a Bruno penalty. Spotlight on De Gea for Gundogan's second to put City back in front. City survived an injury time goalmouth scramble, and they've won the cup. And stage 2 of the treble completed it, mate. United wanted to make a statement today, but even with VAR on their side, City still came out on top. Telescopes at the ready. I suspect it's going to be a blue moon tonight. Are City going to win the treble? Definitely, maybe. Darren Benton, Dean Saunders taking your calls next on TalkSport 03717 223344.
Danny Kelly's Trans-Europe Express on TalkSport.
He's a pundit and he's on TalkSport.
Ich heiße Danny Kelly mit your match report.
On Trans-Europe Express he has got all the scores with continental football games, big guests and more. La Liga, Bundesliga, Serie A. Also, Herr Kelly will make sure you're always in the know. He doesn't like to mention back in that he was the editor of the Enemy.
Yeah. Trans-Europe Express is back. TalkSport's continental collective of breaking news and insider reviews from Europe's major leagues is here.
Trans-Europe Express
with Monsieur Danny Kelly tomorrow night from 9 on TalkSport.
Also available on music cassette.
the Europa Conference League final.
Live on TalkSport.
It's West Ham's first European final in a generation.
Well, would you believe it?
Can the Hammers smash the opposition and go all the way?
What a moment this could be.
Wednesday night from 7.
Here, unbeatable pre-match punditry ahead of uninterrupted full-match commentary of West Ham's showdown with Fiorentina in the Europa Conference League final, live from Prague.
Oh, he's won it, surely!
Followed by a full-on post-match phone-in on the Sports Bar from 10.
It's a glorious finish!
The Europa Conference League final, West Ham versus Fiorentina.
Wednesday night from 7. Live on TalkSport. On AM, on DAB, on the app, and on your smart speaker.
The final whistle has blown.
The FA Cup phone-in.
That was outstanding!
On TalkSport.
Good evening and welcome to the Game Day FA Cup Final Special on TalkSport. I'm your host Darren Bent, and alongside me is the 1992 FA Cup winner and all-round legend, Mr. Dean Saunders. Dean, you right?
Evening everyone.
Lovely. So Manchester City FA Cup winners again, and in doing so take one step closer to a historic treble. Manchester City fans, how are you feeling after that? And Man United fans, what did you make of your team's performance? Do you think you did enough to really win the game? 03 717 22 33 44 plus. Me and Dean have got to talk about David De Gea. Is it time for Manchester United to move him on in the summer? And anything else you guys want to talk about, get involved. 03 717 22 33 44. This show is by the fans, for the fans, and we want to hear from you. And don't forget you can watch us live on YouTube's TalkSport channel and the Facebook page as well. This is the Game Day phone-in on TalkSport. Mr. Dean Saunders, how you doing? You're right, but first and foremost, before you say anything, talk to me about David De Gea.
Oh, well, I mean, the first goal, he's rooted to the ground. Looks like he's got diver's boots on today. I mean, they scored after 10 seconds. He'd been out on the pitch warming up for half an hour.
Didn't move his feet.
Didn't move his feet. The second goal's worse. It's like, you know, they used to say, throw your cap on it, the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
It's bobbled in the corner off Gundogan's shin. He's on 375 grand a week, and it's nothing to do with his performance today, but he's been there 6 years. The club's been struggling for 6 years, and he's been the goalkeeper. I would have moved him on a long time ago.
What did you make of the game in as a whole? Because I thought Manchester City looked relatively comfortable. I don't think Manchester United went kind of hell for leather to try and win the game. I think City did enough, won the game. A couple of dodgy VAR decisions, I believe. But what did you make of the game?
Well, it's an amazing start, and the kick-off is a planned kick-off, by the way. Arsenal do it. So it goes all the way back to the keeper. He booms it long. The back four get up to the halfway line, so they've got the back four on the halfway line after 4 seconds. Second ball drops. For me, Lindelof has got to be stronger there. He doesn't win the first header. De Bruyne gets his head on the ball, and then it's a wonderful strike, but it's sort of caught De Gea flat-footed, but you can't take it away. It's a great strike, difficult volley. And I thought, it did cross my mind, I thought this could be 5 or 6 now, but Man United hung in there. It was a good game all round. They hung in there. They get a dodgy penalty, which was a joke. And after they've scored the penalty, the game was quite even. And then I thought, like, if they needed a Rashford goal or a set play to get themselves in front.
Yeah.
They couldn't get themselves in front, and eventually the Sky Blue machine wore them down, which they do to everybody. And I mean, the second goal, though.
David De Gea.
For a start, I'm looking at the organisation on the edge of the box.
Yeah.
Why is he allowed to get a free volley?
Got 10 yards of space.
And it's run down his shin. And De Gea's got them diver's boots on.
Yeah. Really poor goalkeeping. But this is for the fans. We want to hear from you guys. 03 717 22 33 44. Let's go to Leon. He must be a happy Manchester City fan. Leon, how you doing?
Hi, Leon.
I'm over the moon, guys. How are you as well?
We're good. Talk to me. What did you make of the game then?
I think overall we very much deserved it, because we're basically playing the game against VAR. How Casemiro was not sent off for that, and then they get the free kick, that was really bad. But overall, we just outplayed them, and we deserved every second of it.
No, you're right. And do you know what? The bit I noticed, the manager was crying after the game, and the manager, Pep, he was a great player himself, driven, and that tells you how much it means to him and how driven. he's passing that on to the players in the dressing room. That attitude.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just absolutely gutted that I'm not going to be able to watch the final.
Now, let me ask you a question. When you look at what you've got left, you had Manchester United today, you've got Inter Milan. Out of the two games, which one did you feel would be more difficult?
Today. Definitely today.
What, because of the local rivalry and it being, obviously, for a domestic FA Cup?
No, just because of watching United over the season, and obviously like match of the day and such, they just look more dangerous. They have better players than what I've seen of Inter Milan. Inter Milan were lucky to get to where they were in the Champions League. So I think facing United today, I was more worried, but to score after 12 seconds, what the hell?
And what a goal it was, Well, Liam, congratulations, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you, and have a good day to you guys.
Yeah, well done. What a team.
Well, on the flip side, John, who's a Manchester United fan, let's go and speak to John. Commiserations, I guess, how you feeling? Hi, John.
I was probably expecting it. With where City are and where we are at the moment, we've had to rebuild. We've got a new manager. He's just come in less than 12 months. He's got the Champions League third spot. He's won a trophy. He's got to an FA Cup final. Could have got to a Europa League final if he would have beat Seville. But the main point is, we will not move on until these clowns have left our club. Today, the Glazers turned up. It's cost us 250 grand for him to fly a private jet from all the way from America to Wembley and back. They are holding this club back with the debt. We've got to do the stadium up. We've got to buy players. And if Jim Radcliffe takes over our club, he's not going to get rid of the debt. He's going to keep the Glazers in charge in some way. So we're just basically getting held back by that family. They are destroying this football club. We need our stadium redeveloping massively, and we need a squad rebuilding on top of what we've got now. And if we don't get rid of them from our club, we are going to be just basically not going to be competing for the league. Yeah, we might get the odd FA Cup, League Cup. I don't say we're exaggerating, because they have destroyed this football club with what they've done.
I think you've got the right manager now, which is the main thing. You've got the right manager, and he's clearing the decks. He's got rid of probably 75% of the players.
He's not clearing the debt. He can't clear the debt.
Not the debt, the decks. Right, so he's got rid of the likes of Mata and, Pogba, and he's got rid of... So now, there's a few left. And if you watch the game today, I was thinking, watching the game today, who else has he got to get out the door here? You could see the gap between the two teams. But I actually thought Man United dug in there today. I thought he'd done well on the pitch.
I thought Garnacho, when he come on, I've been watching the Rugby League as well in between. I thought Garnacho, when he come on, he really was going forward. He was impressive.
He was sharp.
Really sharp.
Yeah. It's just a joke that we can't get to the winning the league where we want to be. But if they're still in charge of our club, which I'd rather expect that they will be, probably announced next week, that they're going to stay in charge. Jim Radcliffe's going to get hold of the club. The debt's going to stay there. The stadium's not going to get rebuilt. The squad might get a couple of $100 million and think that's okay. Well, Jim Radcliffe's got another thing coming, because he's not welcome at Old Trafford and never will be. Yeah. He will never be welcomed at Old Trafford.
John, commiserations, mate, and obviously you've had a good season, so obviously onwards and upwards to next year.
Yeah.
Just hope you get beat on Saturday.
By the way, you had a chance in the 94th minute to make to take it into extra time, so you're not that far off.
No, not at all. So, Dean, you spoke about De Gea, and how far realistically do you think Manchester United are of someone like Manchester City in terms of challenging for a league title? Because at some stages of parts of this season, there were some fans that said we're just behind City, which I thought was nonsense. But they had a good season. They've already won a cup. They've got to an FA Cup final. But as far as challenging for the league, how far do you think they are away?
Well, a long way, but I think he's got them on the right road. It was like at one point they were a laughing stock, and he's got them going the right direction now. And at least you know, if you're a Man United fan, that your manager's not going to work with lazy players. He's not having it. No. He's made it clear. He even signed Weghorst, knowing he's not good enough, but his work rate is.
Yeah.
To try and make an example to the likes of Sancho, Rashford, Fernandes, whoever's up there, Martial. This is how you work. He's nowhere near as good as you.
But he works hard.
But I'm picking him before you. How can that be right?
Yeah.
He works harder than you. So I think that's the road they're going down. But when you go through the marks out of 10 today, which I give the players, you know, in my head, like I looked at Man City's players, right?
Yeah.
The lowest is 7, Haaland.
Yeah.
He's got 7. I give Silva 7. I give Grealish 7. De Bruyne got 7. All the defenders got 8 or 9.
Yeah.
For me, they defended well.
No, I agree with you.
And then when you look at Man United's team on the cup final day, I've got Fernandes. I've given Fernandes a 7. I thought he's probably the best player. Him and Varane done all right. And the rest are getting De Gea 5, Wan-Bissaka 6, Lindelof 6, Eriksen looked knackered from the start, Fred 6, Rashford 6, Sancho 4, never took part, Luke Shaw never turned up on the day.
No.
Whereas you look at Man City's team, they guarantee you the players are getting a 7 out of 10 every week, minimum.
Yeah, listen, we'll continue that conversation about the two teams today, Manchester United, Manchester City. But first, let's go to it's the Scottish Cup final. It's underway and it's between Celtic and Inverness. And let's get an update with David Tannell.
And Darren, we played 10 minutes at Hampden Park. It's Celtic 0, Inverness Cali Thistle 0. For the next 90 minutes, everybody in Glasgow can stop talking about Ange Postecoglou possibly going to Tottenham and talk about Celtic going for the treble against Championship Inverness. I can tell you that Celtic's best player, Scotland's Player of the Year, Kyogo Furuhashi, has made this game. He starts the game despite the Olympia injured last week. He starts for Celtic. One change for them, Deza Meda comes in for Lil Abada. And I can tell you that we've played almost 11 minutes now, and now the goalkeepers, Mark Ridgers of Inverness or Joe Hart of Celtic, have yet to touch the ball. Celtic 0, Inverness 0.
Love that. David Tennant there watching the game between Celtic and Inverness. All right, let's get back to the phone lines. 03717 2233 minutes split for Manchester United fan, rightly so. But I want to hear from City fans how you in. One game off the treble. You know what I mean? Manchester United have spoke about since '99. You guys have one game away into Milan. 03717 2233 44. We want to hear from you. But let's go to Jonathan. He's a Manchester United fan. Jonathan, how you doing?
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, lads. How you doing?
Probably a little bit better than you. Talk to me about the game.
Not surprised by the results, if I'm honest. You always hope for the best, and Man City, I hate to say it, they're a fantastic team. It can't be denied. But just touching on the point that Dino made at the start of the show, really, the goalkeeper to hire, he's just not good enough. And this isn't, I hate blaming goalkeepers. I've played in net myself sometimes. It can be a lonely place when it goes wrong. But this isn't today. These are not isolated mistakes. If you look at the Sevilla game in the Europa League a few weeks back. Even the West Ham game away, if you remember a couple of weeks ago, shocking mistakes. You're watching the replays of the errors. You're looking for ways that you can bail the guy out because you're thinking, how's that happened? And it's happening time and time again. And Ten Hag coming out in the press and saying that he likes him and they're potentially going to offer him a new contract. Nearly $400,000 a week for this guy. If you look at the best teams in the league and the teams that are on the rise, they base their teams or the way they play around a solid goalkeeper. Even look at Arsenal. I know they've waved off a bit at the end of the season, but they've brought in a young goalkeeper who's on the rise. He's getting into the England squad. Look at Liverpool over the years with Alisson, still Edison at Man City. It's not rocket science. You base your teams to be successful around a solid back four, but ultimately you need a goalkeeper that's going to do the job. And the mistakes that he's making now, he's not plateaued. The guy's 32, 33 years of age. He's on the decline, and to be talking about offering him a new contract, if you've got designs on being at the top, winning FA Cups, winning the league, not just top 4, winning the league, you need better. You need better. He's been a great servant, but you've got to be ruthless. It's time for that change.
Jonathan, my issue with him is he's been there 6 years through the troubled times. He's been the goalkeeper, and we look like you look at clubs and you think, who's the troublemaker there? They're on about Aubameyang at Arsenal. He's probably chirpy and saying too much. Yeah. For me, it's worse. Players who say nothing, just keep their head down and just let things happen around them. And I don't know the lad. I don't know De Gea, but he doesn't look like a character who.
He doesn't strike you, does he?
He's let him defend bad for 5 years.
Yeah.
Look at where United at the top of the game with Schmeichel. You know what, he'd have been pulling lads out left, right and centre, and De Gea, like you said, he's moved, he gives an interview on Match of the Day and you think to yourself, there's no substance to anything that he says, and yeah, he's probably a lovely guy, but $400,000 a week, you've got to be more than just a lovely guy.
Jonathan, if you're going to let him go, who would you want to see come in?
Well, honestly, Darren, that's a great question, mate. I think there's a bit of a dearth of top quality goalkeepers, and you're not going to get the likes of Alisson's and all that. They're never going to leave, are they? Obviously, they're not going to go, certainly not go to Man United. But you maybe look at the Arsenal approach. Ramsdale came to Arsenal at 22, 23. You know, a little bit to prove. Okay, you know, it's probably easier to go into an Arsenal than at Man United at the moment. But there's got to be some talent out there, you know, with guys that have got the desire to improve and the desire to get better. And, you know, not make mistakes that, like I said, these are not small errors. These are embarrassing mistakes in massive games, you know.
Over the years, when Man United have won anything, they've always had the best goalkeeper. They've had some dodgy ones. They've had some dodgy ones, but when they've won anything,
cheers, Jonathan,
they've had the best goalkeeper. Van der Sar, Schmeichel.
So in the summer, do you think that's the first position they need to go? I generally think I think the goalkeeper's an issue, but I think centre forward as well, because I think you can quite clearly see. I know Rashford, he had a spell after the World Cup where he was electric, unstoppable. But to me, his body language, he doesn't want to play centre forward. I think he wants to come off the left. And if that's the case, they have to sign a centre forward. Now, if you've got a budget of 150 million, what's more important, the centre forward or the goalkeeper?
Well, sign Harry Kane then,
and keep the hair and goal.
Offer him enough money that he comes, because you know if you sign Harry Kane, the minimum he's going to get is 20.
Yeah.
And 15 of them will be winners. So you know that when you sign him. So when you're handing the money out, if you want to mix with the big boys, you've got to put your hand in your pocket. And Harry Kane will probably want 375 grand a week. His contract's up in 12 months.
Yeah.
So otherwise, he's going on a free.
But then do you just stick with De Gea then? Because clearly
no. You think about it. Any team that you've played for that's done well, think who your goalkeeper was. He'd be brilliant. Always. If you've won anything, any team that I played in that was successful, our goalkeeper was brilliant.
Yeah.
And then when I was managing, you don't win nothing unless you got a good goalkeeper.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue. And I know, listen, we know, and a lot of Man United fans will probably come on and tell us that he won the Golden Glove, but I think you look at some of the mistakes that he's made over the course of this season, and it's cost Manchester United points. A game against Sevilla, it cost them with some of the goals that he let in.
Does he want to be there? I think the only reason he's there is because he can't get any more money anywhere else. He's on 375 grand a week. If he could have got it somewhere else, I'm sure he would have gone.
Yeah. Do you know what? Let's ask Bob. Bob's a Manchester United fan. Bob, how you doing?
Hi, Bob.
Right, guys. Yeah, I'm just talking about all these biased comments that Jack Grealish didn't commit a foul. If you're going up in the air like you're a basketballer and you're changing the trajectory of the ball, whether you mean to be Maradona with the hand of God that you're looking for, right, you get a penalty. The referee's been told by VAR, have a look. So he's gone over. That's two people who say it's penalty. And I was listening to Ginas, and he's saying, what was it, the foul that Fred did? Well, it wasn't a foul in my opinion, but he was crying out for the Manchester City penalty. So out the two, if you combine them, how can you say Fred's was a penalty and the other wasn't? I don't understand it. It seems like there's biased against United.
Bob, sorry to interrupt you there for a minute, Bob. I've got to go over to Wembley because Alex Crooks is with Eric Ten Hag.
Eric, thanks very much for joining us live on Talk Sport. Obviously a disappointing result for your team. How do you sum up this afternoon?
We conceded 2 soft goals, and I think our team played very well. We stopped City to play. We had some joy in our possession. We created chances, and in the end we could have made the equalizer. Our team was really hard to beat, and I think it could have been better. On another day we could have won.
It was a nightmare start for your team. How, as a manager, when you plan all week for this, you legislate for conceding inside 15 seconds, 13 seconds I think officially?
Yes, but you see then that we improve, where we on other days like Liverpool away and City away we lost our heads. Now we stayed calm, we stick to the plan, we stopped them to play, we fought back, and so we are the only team I think in the world who is capable of, after you get down against City, to fight back, and we did it now twice, and that shows the progress from this team.
You've been fulsome in your praise for David De Gea after some mistakes this season. Will he be disappointed with the second goal? Could he have done better?
I don't think today is a time for criticism. I'm very proud of my team because how they fought in this game, but also during the whole season. And they played a brilliant season. Like I said, we have 42 wins. We have 3rd in the league. We're winning a cup. So you can't be more satisfied than that.
Just one last question on the summer ahead, because the building blocks are there. Top 4 finished, 2 cup finals.
how important is it that you get the financial backing this summer to go again and try and challenge Manchester City?
No, not only Manchester City. There are 7-8 competitors in the Premier League, so we know that we have to take off. We have to settle down. And we have to quietness analyze the season and what we have to do better, and then from July we go again.
Eric, thanks for joining us on TalkSport.
That was Alex Cook there with the Manchester United manager Erik ten Hag. I thought he spoke really well there. 2 easy goals is right. I mean, the first one, again, it's a wonder strike from Gundogan, but the second one, as you said there, Dina, you alluded to it, no on the edge of the box, comes off his shin, bounces probably about a yard away from the post, and still finds its way into the bottom corner. Poor afternoon for David De Gea.
Well, the start of a game, both managers guarantee you, whether you play Sunday League or kids football, the managers, as you leave in the dressing room door, lads, make sure you get a good start today. And the first thing you do, get it right.
Yeah.
That's what managers said right from when I was a kid.
Yeah.
The first thing you do, get off on the right foot, get it right. So if you're a striker, get hold of the first balls that come to you and find the same colour shirt you're wearing. Centre-backs, win the first header.
First tackle, midfielder.
First tackle, midfield player, let them know you're there.
Yeah.
Ball gets hit from back to front from a goalkeeper, Lindelof, win the header. He doesn't. If you don't win that header, where's the ball going next?
Exactly, yeah.
Towards your goal.
100%.
So head it back towards him, job done.
Yeah.
Basic. So they got caught on the hop, and I think De Gea got caught on the hop. By the way, I can't agree with what...
Well, now, but listen, Bob's still there. Bob, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there, and I've just heard Dean say United should go for Harry Kane. That it doesn't work, because all we're doing the same kind of football now. That Warhorse, or whatever his name is, he's nothing like, he's not clinical like Harry Kane, but he has similar attributes.
No, Bob, there's no similarities between Kane and Weghorst.
No, I mean, is in how they play. Harry Kane has slowed down dramatically. He doesn't have the pace. So Manchester United's style of play now is Bruno through the middle, and then they're booting it open. We don't have Thierry Henry. We don't have a Wilsord. We don't even have a Darren Bent, because Darren Bent used to play for Charlton, and they were rubbish, but they used to put some balls down the middle. Darren Bent was good, fast, and he'd finish. So that's
Bob,
who United.
he got 30 goals, Harry Kane.
How many from the penalty spot?
Hardly. He got 30. He'll get 30
Bob,
for you.
I think he scored in 27 separate games against 27 different... It's what he's done is unbelievable. Like, unbelievable. So
I don't think he suits United. The way United are playing now, Harry Kane would fit the squad if you had Ryan Giggs and David Beckham supplying to him. But down the middle, he's just going to be ball to feet. He's going to look for some wing play, then run towards the box.
Bob, back to your original point about the penalties. I think Dino had something to say about the penalties.
Oh, well, Bob, you know, like, this is why football's good, because we can all have a different view on it. The point that you are convinced that was a penalty, and that I am convinced it wasn't, tells you that the law's wrong.
Well, a football is referees, because, you know, Genius all of a sudden says, you know, it's not a penalty, but you have to look at the law of physics. What's he jumping in? If he don't want to give a penalty in the era of VAR, then why is he jumping in the air with his arms? Now, you might say that's how you elevate yourself. Not to that degree. I thought he was doing a slam dunk.
No, do you know why the penalty was given? I think we all agree, right, that you cannot jump backwards without putting your arms up in the air. Yeah, we all agree that, right? The reason you think it was a pen, and the reason why the pen was given, is the letter of the law has been interpreted by the VAR and the referee. My idea of the law might be slightly different, because no matter what the law says, if you're making your body bigger and your arm's sticking out away from your body and it hits your arm, but Grealish had his eyes shut, the ball hit him on the hand before he could react, and his arm, if he doesn't put his left arm up in the air, as he lands, he smacks his face on the floor. So that's your way of landing. So the letter of the law...
With that letter of the law, they need to polish it up. But if you're, like I say, look at footballers when there's a free kick or whatever, they jump with their hands to the side. Now, that's different because they try to block a shot, understandably. To get to that height, he's going to have some elevation. But for the fact that his hand's up in the penalty area, anywhere else but the penalty area, it wouldn't have been given. But when you do that, you're running the risk, and at the end of the day, it could have stopped a goal. It did change a bit of the trajectory of the ball. So
but what's he supposed to do with his arms?
Do you know what? Great call, Bob. I'm not quite sure either, because for me, Grealish turns at the last minute, and as he's turned, the ball then pops back over his head. I don't know what he's supposed to do with his arm.
It's his finger.
It's his fingers.
And he never seen it coming. He had his eyes shut.
And even if you look at the camera angle from behind the players, the next four in line to stop the cross, I think, is Akanji, Ruben Diaz. So it's going to be all Stones. It's going to be three Manchester City players that pick it up anyway. But
how about this message to Howard Webb up there from me? I'm going to send him a message.
Listen.
Either sort this law out, or you're ruining football.
Ooh. Howard,
imagine if that game was decided on that decision, 1-0.
It's crazy.
Imagine when you got VAR cameras everywhere.
You'd be livid.
And it's obviously, like, it's not a penalty, is it?
No, I don't think it's a penalty.
You can't make a law around someone jumping, and they're jumping backwards. Their arms have got to go somewhere, and you make a law that punishes them for it.
Yeah, it's poor. It's really.
They've got to change the law.
Let's go to David now. He's a Manchester City fan. David, congratulations.
Hi, David.
Thanks, Darren. Thanks.
Well done. Great team.
Thank you very much.
I'd go as far as to say the best team I've seen.
Ever.
Well, I'm glad you've said that for the first time this hour, because this has been a Man United post-mortem and you need to cheer it up a bit, chaps.
And listen, I put the call out to Manchester City fans to come on, and you, and I think there's one more, which is Will, have been the only ones.
That's because we're too busy at Wembley celebrating.
Yeah, that could be it. Talk to me then. What did you make of your team's performance today? Do you think it was comfortable?
Against 14 men in a VAR, yeah, we did. We deserved to win.
14 men in the VAR. I mean, again,
Casemiro's red card. This buffoon you've just had on a minute ago said that was a definite penalty with the end ball. How Casemiro wasn't a red card in open play, I don't know. How then David Coote on VAR turned round and said, "Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Give the free kick to Casemiro."
Do you know, David? Do you know what?
Absolute.
Do you know what? When I saw that, the replay, I did think, "Oh, that's a bit naughty from Casemiro," and I don't think enough was made of that.
Well, there you go. And like you just pointed out, what if the game was decided on that decision?
Well, how do you coach Jack Grealish? How do you pull him in now and say, right, Jack, you know you just give that penalty away. So if it happens next week, what are you going to do? He's going to say, I'm going to do exactly the same.
He's got your hand out and he'll fall like a salmon and flap his face on the floor.
Yes, it was ridiculous for me.
That'd be ridiculous. Well, listen, David, great call there. Manchester City, one step away from, I'll take Italy.
What a team. They've won that game today, you know, with the best players getting 7 out of 10.
Yeah. But I don't think they've had to go to another level.
No. It's like as if they had another couple of gears in the bag. If De Bruyne was needed to pull a rabbit out of there, he would have. And Haaland.
Yeah.
Gundogan. Like you said, after the goal, he is the big-time player.
Yeah.
Big game player. Produces every time. It's like as if he waits for the big occasion.
And bang.
Yeah. And they got 5 or 6 of them.
Wow. Well, speaking of trebles, we know Celtic are chasing one today as they're in the Scottish Cup final. They're taking on Inverness. Let's get an update from David Tanner.
And we've played 28 minutes. It's Celtic 0, Inverness 0. Celtic aiming for their 5th treble in 7 years. Their 7th overall, hoping to move clear of Rangers. The record they share with Rangers of 7 trebles, such as their domination been in recent years. It's 5 in 7 years. I'll tell you what, they've not really troubled Mark Richards, Inverness goalkeeper, yet. Matt O'Reilly's effort from around the penalty spot was hit into the ground and just whizzed past the post. At the other end, the only real worry for Joe Hart was a long ball over the top, and Jay Henderson dashed onto it, and Joe Hart had to come out and head the ball from outside his box. Other than that, not a lot of action here in the Hampden Park sunshine. It's Celtic 0, Inverness 0 in the Scottish Cup final.
Great stuff there, David Tanner, watching 4 TalkSport. Well, listen, we still want to hear from you guys. Manchester United fans, Man City fires the FA Cup final. Man City winning it. They're one game close up to the treble. 03717 22 33 44. Get involved. This is the game they phone in. FA Cup special on TalkSport.
Greetings and salutations. Listen up, because there's never been a better time to join us here at TalkSport Bet. Right now, we've got a tasty sign-up offer for all our valued new customers. Mr. Lorenzo, tell them how it's done.
Simply open a new account, opt in, place a bet of £10 or more at odds of evens or greater within 7 days, and get 3 £10 bets for a football flutter.
Ooh, TalkSportBet.com. Belting broadcaster, brilliant bookie.
18 plus new customers and selected markets only. Terms and conditions apply. BeGambleAware.org.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it.
I cinched it while on holiday in Cornwall.
I just cinched it with free home delivery. Shh, this is a library.
Class, repeat after me. I cinched it. Cinched it.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. Comparison against equivalent retailers. Visit cinch.co.uk/range claim. Delivery to GB mainland, Isle of Wight and Scottish Islands only. T's and C's apply.
Get set for summer at B&Q with 20% off garden furniture and barbecues, and in-store only 20% off outdoor plants, so you can chill, grill and fill your garden with colour for less. Shop in-store at DIY.com or on the B&Q app. You can do it. Exclusions and terms and conditions apply. Ends 5th of June. See DIY.com for details.
Some things just add some play to your day. Catching the toast as it pops out of the toaster. Dancing down the street to your favourite playlist. Wearing your sparkly boots to the shop. And best of all, picking the new pink scratch card.
A pink scratch card, please. Thank you.
And doing your own drum roll. This is exciting. Add some play to your day with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
On AM, on DAB, on the app, and on your smart speaker.
The final whistle has blown.
The FA Cup phone-in.
That was outstanding.
On TalkSport.
Welcome back to the Game Day phone-in, FA Cup Final special on TalkSport. Keep your calls coming in, 03 717 223344. Manchester City fans and Man United fans, we want to hear from you on the back of the first ever Manchester Derby FA Cup final. And neutrals, do you want Manchester City to go on and complete the treble next week? Remember, you can watch us live on the official TalkSport YouTube channel and Facebook page. This is Game Day phone-in on TalkSport. I can't believe Bob there said he wouldn't take Harry Kane, the guy who just got 30, and as you said to me off air there, Dean, in the most negative Spurs team for a while, and he still manages to get 30, but yet he doesn't suit Manchester United style.
No, and how many times did they go behind Spurs? So think about his goals.
Yeah.
They weren't consolation goals as well. They were either getting you back in the game or winning you the game.
Yeah.
And he doesn't require a service from anybody.
No.
You know what I'm trying to say.
Of course, yeah.
He scores goals in no matter what system you play, no matter what shape of team you play, no matter who he plays with. Over the years, he was the averaging 25 a season.
Must be.
For 10 years. So if you sign him, you're guaranteed he will make his own service.
Yeah.
He makes goals out of things that other players can't score from.
He'll also bring the best out of people like Rashford when he drops into them little pockets on the half turn. All Rashford's got to do is just go, boom, Sancho, Garnacho, running behind, because his range of passing is as good as anyone's.
Yeah, and I think because he has, if he played like Haaland, where he's in a race every 5 minutes, Haaland's quicker than him.
Yeah.
And Harry probably wouldn't get to the ball like Haaland gets to it. But what seems to suit him, sometimes when he goes deep, he gets involved in the layoff and he creeps into a space in the box then, so he doesn't need it to have electric pace to get on the end. He just knows where the ball's going.
100%.
He can read it. So, I mean, how you can say you don't want Harry Kane playing for you no matter what team you play for.
Bonkers. All right, back to the phone lines now, and as I said, we want to hear from you guys, the Manchester United fans, the neutrals. Do you want to see Manchester City lift the treble? It'd be a fantastic achievement. Manchester United, the only team to have done that. Let's go to Will. I'm sure he wants them to do it. He's a Manchester City fan. Will, how you doing?
Hi, Will.
Hey lads, you alright?
Oh, you been at the game?
Oh yes, do right, yeah, been at the game. On the M1 now, on the way home, and then Thursday we'll fly out to Istanbul. We'll win that as well.
Oh, are you going to that game as well?
Oh yeah, of course I am, yeah.
Oh, hey, by the way, you've done well to get to the game today. All the train strikes.
I know, yeah. Well, we had trains to start off with before the strikes got announced and they got cancelled. So drove down and what City absolutely battered United. United didn't even come close to us, if I'm being honest.
They did. 94th minute equaliser.
Yeah, no, I seen the equaliser. Yeah, they cheated for that though.
No, you know, in the 94th minute, I think it was McTominay hit the bar.
Varane.
Yeah, and Varane, he had the first bite, and that could have took it into extra time. So you didn't pace them, did he?
Yeah, no, fair enough. That were close, but if it weren't for United cheating in the first half for that penalty, then they wouldn't have been anywhere near us, would they? We absolutely battered them all over the pitch, front to back.
Will, let me ask you a question. I've seen Manchester City this season play probably better than they did in that cup final, but do you think it was that comfortable? And also, I guess the big question is for next season, what do you do about Gundogan?
Well, Gundogan gets a contract for me instantly. He's one of my favourite players that's ever played for City. I'm only a young lad, but we give Mahrez a 3-year extension, and we give Fernandinho a couple of years extension. So Gundogan absolutely deserves one before any signings made, because the most important signing for City has got to be Gundogan, at least on a year or two. Absolutely. And answer to your first question is no. I agree with you. We made it look harder than it were at times, but that's the City way, innit? That is the City way.
Absolutely. Well, Will, listen, congratulations, mate. Great call.
Yeah, well done, Will.
Thank you very much. I'll call you back on Saturday when we win it.
Lovely stuff. Let me ask you a question, Dino. Can Manchester City get better? And if they can get better, where?
It's down to the manager. He's the reason why Grealish has not packed in, because I thought at one point he's either going to pack in Jack Grealish, or he's going to learn to play two-touch and stay in his position, because Pep was hammering him for coming in field all the time, but he wants him to do what he says. Look at the you can see the hunger in all the players. Gundogan, Silva, Haaland, De Bruyne, running round
like maniacs, by the way.
Yeah, Kyle Walker could have got in his armchair 5 years ago. The manager won't let you. He's driving the club. If they had anybody else as manager, players, like anybody in life,
would have just dropped off a little bit.
You sit in your armchair and relax.
Pep's got this unique habit as well of just when you think, he's a top quality player, Pep sees something and then just moves them on at the right time. You look at Cancelo. Last season, he was probably one of the best fullbacks in the league. Sterling, I'm thinking, wow, he's letting Sterling go already. But then you look at Sterling this season, hasn't quite looked himself. You look at Cancelo, who went to Bayern, didn't really play. So Pep's got this.
Who done it? Liverpool done it. You know, when Bob Paisley and Bill Shankly and Ronnie Moran and that staff they had.
Well, I mean,
Kenny Dalglish.
A little bit before my.
When you go back, but that was their policy.
They
wouldn't. You wouldn't leave Liverpool, and you either weren't good enough, or you lost your hunger. So they get you to the club, and if they felt like you've lost your hunger and you're not doing the things you used to do, they'd let you go. Or if you weren't good enough, you were gone.
Wow.
That's how they worked.
Well, that's how Pep's getting the best of this team.
Pep's doing it, yeah.
Well, listen, I'm looking forward to taking this call, because Warren, I'm sure, is very upset. He's got quite a big statement to make. Warren, how you doing?
Hi, Warren.
How you doing, guys? You okay? Great
good,
show as usual.
Good. Are you delighted?
Mate, you've got to have a think about this one, Dino.
Go on.
You're saying that City are the greatest team you've ever seen?
In the Premier League, yeah.
Yeah, well, look how we won it. Look how we won the treble. We was down against Tottenham, 1-0, Andy Cole winner. We was down in the quarter-finals against Inter Milan. We was down in the semis against Juventus, and we was even down against Bayern Munich in the final. I'm not taking away, City are a great team, mate, and they are good to watch. If United are playing in City, mate, I'll have a look at City. But
yeah, fair enough. I forgot all about that. Yeah, maybe. No, they're both brilliant teams. I mean, that I can see it now. I played against them. Beckham, Giggs, Andy Cole, Dwight York, Teddy Sheringham, Scholes, Keane. I mean, they were brilliant teams.
You know what, Dino, Warren, sorry to interrupt you. I've got to get over to Wembley, because Alex Crook is with Ruben Diaz.
I am indeed, Ruben. Thanks for joining us on TalkSport. You've got your Cup Winners, Cup Kings T-shirt on. How satisfying was that victory for your side today, given it was against your big rivals?
Well, I think, and to clear out the rivals question, I think in the end we win it for us, not because of who we're playing against. And once more, we've won for us, and we're happy for us, not because we won against anybody. I know it makes the game more everyone, fans, it's more of a good watch, and we're obviously very happy to be proud of a game of this dimension on such a special cup. But most of all, we're happy for ourselves. We've got now 2 and 3. There's one missing, and the possibility that's still open for us means a lot. But I think even more than that, and especially for myself, it's my first FA Cup, and since I've come into the country, I've just gained more and more of an idea of how important this competition is, and I'm very proud to have written my name and our team's name in this cup.
And you've been saying for the last couple of weeks that it's important not to get too far ahead of yourselves, but it is the second phase now of a potential treble. Do you really look forward to next week with excitement at the prospect of making a piece of history?
Now the most important is the party. Party today, party tomorrow, and after tomorrow we'll think about what's coming. It's the best way to prepare what's coming. Enjoy the moment, close the cycle, and in its own time we'll start looking at the next one.
A word on your captain, Ilkay Gundogan, a piece of history for him, the quickest ever FA Cup final goal, obviously went on to...
Well, he's a special player, and the most impressive thing about him is that he's such a special player, but the more you know him, you realize that he's even more special as a person and as a human being. And from my side, I believe from everyone in the team, but especially from my side, throughout the 3 years I'm here, I've just been getting closer and closer to him, and it is a true joy to share the pitch with him. It is really a fact that makes me happy to have him on my side.
And that can't be the last that we've seen of him in a Manchester City shirt on English soil, can it? Surely not.
I hope not. I'm on your side as well. I'm on Gundo's in City side.
So you mentioned the party. What's the plan for the night ahead? How are you going to celebrate?
Well, first of all, dressing room. Then we'll see. The rest is a secret.
Ruben, thanks for joining us.
Fantastic stuff there. Alex Crook with Ruben Diaz, who again was outstanding today. But there's been a goal in the Scottish Cup final, so let's get over to David Tanner.
40 minutes gone. It's Celtic 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0, and it's Scotland's Player of the Year, Kyogo Furuhashi, who smashed the ball high into the net, latching on to a cutback from the right from Jota. It's his 34th goal of the season, and a minute later he should have had his 35th, but he missed when he really should have scored with only the goalkeeper to beat. Hampden Park in the sunshine, the Celtic fans singing, it's Celtic 1, Inverness 0.
About to be a trouble for Celtic, it looks like. All right, let's get back to Warren, who was saying that the 99 team was better than this current Manchester City side. And Dino, what were you saying about that?
I was saying they're both brilliant teams, and maybe because they're right in front of us right now, you think, they're magnificent. They are. But Man United's team as well, you can't argue with that. But this team now, they are like a Rolls Royce. They're nice to watch.
Yeah. Warren, what are the expectations for next season then?
Finishing top 3, go like a place higher, maybe a cup. I won't mind European Cup, but I can't see that happening. They need to sign a striker, mate. They need to sign a big striker.
Did you hear Bob earlier? Bob said he didn't want Harry Kane at the club.
Why wouldn't he?
He said Weghorst is better.
Why wouldn't you want the second best striker in England at your club? I mean, all right, Haaland's a freak of nature, mate. We all know that. I'd love Haaland, but Harry Kane will do me. What, 20? Well, he scored 30 goals this season.
30,
yeah. Well, like today at 1-1 today, you needed a striker to just get you in front 2-1, and it takes the pressure off the team. Chelsea are struggling, aren't they? Chelsea's players they're all struggling because they haven't got a striker.
Yeah, great call, Warren. They are struggling, and I think next season the race for the top 4. I mean, Warren said it there that he wants to maybe finish in the top 3 again and maybe win a cup. But next season's going to be hard because you think about the investment in some of their rivals. So you're going to have obviously Manchester City are going to be there. Newcastle are going to have to invest. Arsenal look like they're the favourites. It's reported they're going to get Declan Rice. You've got Chelsea, can't be this bad again. They've got Pochettino. Liverpool are going to be back for sure. I mean, that's 5 teams there without even mentioning Manchester United.
Well, just look at Pochettino. What's his job description? When he goes for the interview, and he says to the owner, right, what do you expect from me? I wonder what he said, Todd Bowley.
That could be anything.
I wonder what he says.
Win something, top 4 minimum.
So if he says that, if it was me, and he said that to me, well, top 4 minimum. I'm going to say, well, you're going to have to get your hand in your pocket again.
Yeah.
And not only to give me players to come in, you need to get your hand in your pocket so I can get rid of some of these.
Yeah.
I need to write them a cheque and tell them to leave.
Well, you look at some of the players they've got in their squad, Chelsea, and I know we're going off topic a little bit, but the amount of money they can probably generate from players, fringe players like Loftus-Cheek, for instance, get him off the wage bill. You've got Hudson-Odoi, he's playing at Leverkusen. There's some more money there. Mason Mount looks like he's about to leave. That's just 3 players there. That's over 100 million on 3 players.
Do you think if they signed 2 world-class strikers, the likes of Sterling and Mudryk and Kante and all them players would look miles better than they do right now? Because they look shambles.
100%, because you get a proven centre forward in there that scores goals. That takes the pressures off the line of Mudryk. So he's got to score. I know he's got to score, but the main emphasis can be 3-8. If we would have got, but you know everybody's best with stats and assists and all that. What Sterling's going to be like? But Mudryk's going to be like playing with Haaland. See, obviously. So when you look at, you go playing with who? I laid on crosses, like, didn't you? Yeah, getting across the front post.
Yeah, so wing it up, you can fit in. Or if you miss every shot, he starts it down. I play all we didn't fake 2-1, and we can now hear from Manchester City manager Guardiola, who says the best win is perfect for next week's league final.
For our special
that was a very quick one. Should be absolutely phenomenal. And the neutral job. Talk to me about this City.
Hi guys, yeah, just listening to this from both sides, and congrats to City. I must say they're a phenomenal side. There's no doubt about it. Listening to your league, this feels just unrealistic about what I'm watching. Maybe it's seeing them evolve through the brilliance, and again, not taking anything away from the they are terrific footballers, but it doesn't quite seem fair somehow. It all feels just a little surreal, and I don't know, the game's kind of gone too far in terms of investment and millionaire players. That something feels different this time. Knowing that they are going to the treble in a way that in '99 it felt like something that was just completely unsurmountable, and United did it, and that's why it was historic. This doesn't feel historic anymore. This just feels like a huge investment wins the day. So yeah, again, congrats to them, credit to them for what doesn't quite feel right.
Because I think seems to have Liverpool. You're not off the ground because you can't. So this going in football clubs.
Yeah, and we've got such. Of course, I've heard the Harry Kane. He'd be from any team. Look to him if he has to. I'd prefer him to go to Madrid or to see United. I actually don't think there's no guarantee if he goes to Manchester United that they win the league, because City are that far beyond everyone else that he might be going there to just win the League Cup. Now,
do you know what's funny about that as well is that people talk about he could be the greatest player to win nothing, but you're right. If you're talking about guaranteed trophies, the only club in this country that's guaranteed to win something is City. So he could go to Manchester United and win nothing.
Do you know what's great about our league though? Luton Town could beat Man City.
Very true. Yeah, that's the beauty of it, and I think that they're the stories that I've personally been so much more connected to in the last kind of few weeks and months. All the playoffs and kind of the reality of when you see a town or a city kind of go through all the